What up, what up? What's going on? My name is Brother Legend. If you're joining us on YouTube, my TikTok is Bigbrlgnd. You can tap the top right on my profile. There's a notification bell to know when we're going live. Please like, share, and comment to let the algorithm know you're getting some value from the live, what's going on. I post my replays on YouTube, Bigbrolgnd. You'll see the link in my bio. Peace, y'all. What up? What up? What up? What's going on? Thank you for tapping like. Appreciate y'all. You know I had to say what up. Today we talking about some things. Just made a video breaking down some myths. What's happening? T-Dub, what up? What up? What's going on, y'all? I'm freezing. Might be my battery. My battery's kind of low. What's going on? Welcome to the live. I want to put my phone up where I normally get it, but I need my microphone. It sure is, Laura. Peace, Leisha. What up? It sure is. But it ain't nothing compared to what I'm used to up north. So yeah, man. Trying to talk about some things. Maybe talk about some history today. Neither do I. Okay. What's going on? Feel free to come on in. We having a discussion today. We're talking about Abraham Lincoln didn't free anybody. Something I need brothers and sisters to understand is that this man right here is not your savior. Our ancestors freed themselves. Our ancestors freed themselves. This man didn't do it. And I'm really about to go off on like a 3-part tangent, to be honest. I already made 2 of the videos. I'm gonna make another one tomorrow. But we got a unholy trinity of marshmallow men that black people have been told to give praise to and talk about it. You know what I'm saying? I think we gotta dispel some of these myths out here, because the 3 unholy forefather trinity is Abraham Lincoln, Jesus, and Santa Claus. I mean, there's probably more I could add to that list, but that's where I'm gonna start at, because it seemed like Abraham Lincoln is who's supposed to have had freed our bodies. Jesus is supposed to liberate our souls. And Santa Claus is supposed to, well, basically he's just a propaganda tool. You know what I'm saying? For your mind. What's going on, Miss K?
Hi, sweetie. How you doing today?
Peace, I'm well. What's going on with you?
Nothing. I just wanted to say, I don't say too much. All 3 of them, the devil. That's all I got to say.
Yeah.
All 3 of them. Mm.
Mm-hmm. One of them's supposed to give you freedom. The other one's supposed to give you salvation. And the other one is supposed to give your children, is who we teaching our children, is giving them gifts. Yet these are the people that have taken the most from us.
You know what? I always say this about them. You can't shake nobody's hand, honey.
Mm.
Down and you look up, you going to be somewhere you don't even know where you at.
Mm-hmm.
They very tricky, honey. Very tricky. Very.
Yeah.
That's all I had to say. But I
All
won't put
right.
your other guests in, but I come in and say something positive for us and negative for them. Love you. See you later.
Yeah. All right. One love, Auntie. Peace.
It's been a day.
It's what day?
Been a day.
Oh, really? What you been up to?
I was in the librarian room. I was on somebody else's stage, just chopping up demons.
Mm.
Whew! Holy Holy Spirit, activate. Hold on, let me sit up for this. I was laying down until my client get here.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta get up now. Holy Spirit, activate, activate, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. Hello, hello, and welcome in, Negroes and friends. Welcome in, welcome in. Tap that screen. You are in Brother Legends Live. Again, you are in Brother Legends Live. You guys tap the screen, share the live, and make sure you share it with your friends, your frenemies, and include your damn enemies. But share the live. Let's have a discussion. Let's talk about the issues. Let's talk about the traitors. And then make sure you subscribe. Subscribe to Brother Legends Live here and on YouTube. And don't forget to join the Discord, b1initiative.org. At the end of the day, you guys, tap the screen. It's free. But don't forget to gift your host. But again, share the live, get in the tub, and let's talk about it.
Appreciate you, D. Yeah, so I'm noticing something. I think like normally the algorithm like gives you like a jump, and then you catch a few people, and then it just like kind of dwindles. I'm noticing that it's kind of like been doing this thing where it doesn't like jump up first. It kind of like just waits, and then it creeps, and then I guess it happens later. So I don't know if that's just something with the new algorithm, like they changed it around.
You know what's
But
funny? And I'm not being funny, but this app is very pricey. If you know, give it
yeah.
my drift. If you
Mm-hmm.
go in any of the YT presenting rooms that are black, their numbers are insane. I'm gonna
Oh
just
yeah,
put that
I
out.
know.
I went two room. I'm like, what the? And even the likes, it's very weird. Very weird. I don't know what's going on with that, but it is almost
Mm-hmm.
as if you're phenotypically showing up black. You're experiencing a higher fight to have to get your own people to engage more than others. And I've been in a room where they had like 1,000 likes and like 600 or 700 people in there, and you're like, what the heck?
Yeah, it's because it gets everybody together when one of us start acting like a raccoon. Because the black folks is in there mad, and then the white T folks is in there feeling validated. So it makes everybody kind of come together. It feeds both ends of the spectrum. Somebody said Washington freed more slaves than Lincoln. Man, you got Biden in your avatar, man. You need to come up here and defend your honor. Washington ain't freed nobody, man. Stop playing. Stop lying. Stop lying on my ancestors. Shout out to everybody who know their ancestors freed themselves. Shout out to everybody that knows your ancestors freed themselves. Okay? Okay. If it was a bunch of people at your door talking about let us in or we'll burn your house down, and you decided to open your door, did you let them in or did you have to let them in? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? They let themselves in. You just you just said if we can't beat them, join them. That's what Abraham Lincoln did. He said we can't beat them. Definitely can't beat them. Look what they did to France. Oh my goodness. Definitely got to join them. May as well go ahead and join them. So I think the reason why they tell us that Abraham emancipated our ancestors is because they want us to feel like the battlefield is in the hearts and minds of our oppressor. Never in human history has a people, never in human history, I'm gonna get to you in a moment, Bree. Never in human history has a people been liberated, an oppressed people, been liberated by asking nicely, asking politely. Never has the oppressor just decided on their own to just liberate an oppressed group that they fought so hard to oppress. Um, Only when it comes to Black America do we believe that's the case. Now, why is that? You're telling me this man with this big old elephant ears, you're telling me this guy right here is the first oppressor with a heart? I'm confused. You know what I'm saying? I'm definitely confused. But we could talk about it. We definitely not gonna have a bunch of yeehaws up here lying though.
Good.
What's going on, Bree?
I'm doing good. How are you, Legend?
I'm well.
Let me first say, bless everybody in this group.
Wait,
And this,
hold on, man. You talking over the sister? Hold on, brother. Go ahead,
Thank
Bree.
you. Thank you. Um, I thought it was absolutely preposterous when I was young, and they tried to teach us that Abraham Lincoln, he wanted to free the slaves and advocate for Black people because that's wholly untrue. Actually, um, part one of the things that he was processing and thinking that he was going to do was that he was going to send the settlers that had come here from different parts of Western Egypt and send them back, so that way that it could seem like everybody came from slavery, which is really, really sad to me because there of course was an Atlantic slave trade, and there are a lot of our people that got here from it, but even white anthropologists can't deny anymore that there were Black people who settled across the world, and Abraham Lincoln was only trying to to me, to create discord, because we already had civilizations and people here, and I feel like when you look at YT people, everything is a plan for what they are going to do in the future. Like, there's already people saying slavery never existed, or um for a long time they said that the Tulsa massacre didn't happen, and there's now people, like, even on here, saying that the Tulsa massacre was committed by Black people. So
All right,
it's
Bree. I'm gonna be honest, Bree. What you're
yeah,
saying is inflammatory. We don't want to go that direction. I don't know
okay.
why you're going that way. Let's not go
I'm
that
so,
way. Let's not even go there. You going? Let's not even give them that. You know what I'm saying? I never heard no
yeah.
one say that, but let's not even. That's not helpful. I hear you though. Um.
Sorry, I was going around to a point, but I understand
Okay. Yeah.
why you're saying
Well,
that.
tell us your point.
Well, my my point was just to be that um pretty much all the history that we're told now is just is just either I'm sorry, I can't,
It's all right,
now that
Bree.
you
Yeah.
said that, I lost track.
All
It's
right.
alright.
All right. What's going on, Born Bless? You're muted. Born Blessed by skin tone. Who said that? I don't know how you unmuted. Is that Eric? This app is still playing around. Born Blessed, you here with us? Type in the chat if you here, Born Blessed.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you. What's up? Give us your
Look,
age, race, and pronouns.
you say who?
Give us your age, your race, and your pronouns.
I'm 41 years old and I'm Hebrew. Well, I don't do all that. But look,
Hebrew is not a race; it's a
it's
language.
yeah, it's culture. But if you
It's a
want, I'm
language. It's
indigenous.
not a culture.
We're gonna say I'm indigenous then. As far as
Uh,
Abraham, he never fought to free us, and he never freed us. One thing about the secret about Abraham Lincoln
who's us?
is freed us as what you want to say the indigenous people, as they call us now. We
All right.
really don't.
So when did they ever say they freed indigenous people? When were indigenous people enslaved?
I mean, the people of this country. We actually, me personally, I don't think they ever slaved us.
The indigenous people of this country were never enslaved.
I want to say, okay, look, have you ever seen the pattern when you invade a land, you kill some and you slave the rest?
Please don't say that K word again. And no, when they came here, the indigenous people weren't immune to certain diseases, so they couldn't enslave them. When they got too close, they breathed in their direction. The indigenous people would be unalive by illness, which is how you know that African Americans pretending to be indigenous are not truly indigenous, because we wouldn't have survived the illnesses of those that had experienced the Black Plague. Anyway, just another Eric. Go ahead. Give us your age, race, and pronouns, please. Pronouns? He, she, they. Choose one. See. All right. So go ahead, ma'am. All right, him. Okay. All right. Okay. Talk to us. They can't hear you. Hold on. Nobody can hear you. Uh, mute and unmute. Mute your mic and unmute so they can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Can y'all hear him?
Unfortunately.
Okay.
Unfortunately, she said. It's funny.
All right.
All right, look, if you can hear me, here's the deal on Lincoln, okay? The actual history that people don't understand. Lincoln was, Lincoln was horrible. He was a horrible president. I mean, the guy hanged 100 plus Native Americans just on the suspicion that they might be scouts for the South. I mean, no habeas corpus, no trial, no nothing. And he did it on the White House lawn. And more than that, he took the entire legislature and the governor for the state of Maryland because it was right next to D.C., well, specifically Philadelphia. But anyway, he took it because they were debating whether or not to join the North or the South. He stopped that debate by arresting the entire legislature and the governor, putting them in prison for the entirety of the Civil War. Didn't let them out. No trial, no nothing. And everybody thinks this guy was all that in a bag of damn chips and he freed the slaves. If you guys look at the Lincoln Douglas debates before he was elected president, which, by the way, even Google has that, okay? Anybody can look that up. He even says in there, they ask him about slavery. Are you going to make slavery an issue? He says, I'm not going to make slavery an issue. In fact, he says he goes so far as to be racist and say that he thinks that white men and black men cannot live together in harmony, and he's in favor of his race being the superior race. I mean, the guy was a huge racist, and the only reason he freed the
Sounds like
slaves and
all the
had the
other
Gettysburg
presidents.
Address. Huh?
Sounds like any other president to me. Sounds like a
Well,
president.
pretty much. But I'm just saying, why do we hold him in this high regard as like he freed the slaves? What he did was he started a war that killed 620,000 Americans. And it was unnecessary because freeing the slaves was up in the North specifically at that time was already gaining traction publicly as a potential thing to happen in the future when he took it and ran with it because he wanted to double tax the South. A lot of people don't understand the economics behind all that,
A lot of people
but he
don't.
used slavery.
A lot of people don't understand the rebellions that were going on in the South to make him feel the need to sign the Emancipation Proclamation. Because one thing about the 1800s, especially after 1804 and the Haitian Revolution, was the enslaved people were going to be free, and we was either going to get it or take it.
No, you're exactly right. I mean, slavery was the idea of freeing the slaves was gaining traction socially, but he needed a way to get the American public on his side to start a war so he could bring the South back under heel.
No,
And he
that's not
used
true.
slavery to
It
do it.
wasn't gaining traction because if it was gaining traction, then it would have had some action. You know what I'm saying? It
No,
wasn't
man, I'm
gaining
saying
traction
socially it was
because
gaining traction. If you look at the newspaper articles at the time and everything, there were lots of articles talking about, hey, let's entertain the idea of freeing the slaves, you know, but it hadn't gained any like political traction. He threw that on the American public so that
no,
he
no,
could
he didn't
force
throw it on.
everybody.
He didn't do anything but sign a document. Black folks were throwing it at the American public, and they had a choice to make to either decide whether or not they were going to recognize the freedom of an enslaved people or watch it all burn. You had a choice. And so he decided to make it look like they made the choice to free people instead of showing the that revolution and rioting and tearing up America would work as a tactic. Because if you look at what happened in Haiti, just like with any other market, when there's a market scare, the value of the product goes down. So when France was scared out of the Western Hemisphere because of what happened with Haiti, they sold the Louisiana Purchase for next to nothing. And the reason they did that was because they didn't see slavery as a profitable institution anymore. Because at any moment, the enslaved people could just free themselves. And so once they started to realize that, you had some of the largest revolts in American history happen throughout the South. And so at some point, Lincoln had to make a choice. Either I'm going to do it now or it's going to come and be done for me. And he decided to make it so that the hearts and minds of people mattered more than the revolution that was bubbling up.
Man,
But
I just completely disagree with you. And I'm, you know, as a historian, I just think that's BS. But I mean, I
as a
understand it's
white man,
cool.
I can see why
I'm
you
not trying
think
to
that.
disrespect your opinion, man. I'm just trying to say that, you know, as a historian, I think people hold Lincoln to a much higher regard than he deserves.
As a
And that's what I came
Eurohistorian,
here
I
for.
can understand why you think that. I'm an Afrocentric historian, so I have a little bit different point of view. There's,
And we can
there's
disagree. That's what's cool about America. We can disagree and still be cool.
I think I'm cool.
I think I'm cool.
All
But
right, well,
anybody who knows me might disagree.
all
Anyway,
right,
I said what I wanted to say, brother. You guys be good. Take care.
not your brother.
Uh,
All
the
right,
guy was actually right.
hold on,
Got you, boo. Go ahead.
Mr. Yeah, Trey, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
I'm black, African. I'm 22, and she, her.
Okay, talk to us.
Okay. So these the questions, right? I'm confused a little bit.
Those are topics more than questions. Well, go ahead,
Okay.
talk to us.
Okay, so I do believe Abraham Lincoln didn't free anyone. I mean, he did, but it wasn't what he wanted it to be, if that makes sense. Um, I forgot there was not a documentary, a document where in actuality, it's a lot of history behind it, but he eventually wanted all black people to go either to the Caribbean or Africa, generally. But I think some of the white folks in America, they got fear. I don't know if it was because of Haiti revolting or not, but I guess they felt that was going to be like a power structure or something if we were to go back to those places. And of course, money was involved. So, and also in the North, you still had slaves. Instead, in the South, they didn't have slaves. But America never integrated. Yeah, I don't think they did. Now I'm starting to see that.
Mm. hmm
Um, it's just, I don't know. It's just like, what's that word called? Kind of like dog whistle, I guess. Europe is not a continent. I don't know. I think Europe is a continent.
Do you know the history of Europe and when it was decided that it became a continent? Because it was decided when it
Okay,
was a
that makes
continent.
sense.
It wasn't. You see, for most of human history, Europe was just West Asia or
That
the
makes sense.
Eurasian continent.
Hmm.
Then slavery and racism became a thing, and they decided to draw a big old line down the western peninsula of Asia and say, we're a continent now, even though they share a landmass with Asia. All other continents don't like they have their own landmass, their
Yeah,
own tectonic plate,
I be
and they're
questioning
surrounded by a
Russia.
body of water.
So I be
What?
questioning. I say I understand what you're coming from because, like, I look at Russia and I'm like, what? Like, are they Asian? Are they European? I don't know.
Exactly. So
So,
yeah, it's one continent. It's just they decided in the 1700s that they wanted to be a political continent.
mhm,
So that's the thing.
I can see that.
Yeah. And then as far as integration, I hear you there. Definitely knew the assignment. America never integrated. We desegregated. It's not the same thing. Desegregation and integration are not the same thing. If integration was true, then we would have just as many black presidents as we have white presidents because they would be forcing us into the power structure. And they don't do that. They just desegregate. Not saying we should want to do that, to be honest.
Mhm.
Let them have their power structure. But it's not integration. And then as far as Abraham Lincoln not freeing anyone, understand that everyone is born free. You
Yeah.
cannot enslave people. You can only deny them or refuse to recognize their freedom.
Hmm.
You said you have she, her pronouns. I'm assuming you're a woman, right?
Yeah.
All right. So I can act like you're not a woman and say, you're not a woman. Does it make you any less of a woman? Because I deny it.
No.
And now I say, you know what? You are a woman. Did I just make you a woman?
No.
All right. So people are born free. The same way you're born a woman, the same way you are who you are. And I can't change that by
Mhm.
ignoring who you are. So people are born free. This man right here didn't give us shit.
Right, right.
Yeah.
All right.
I
Okay.
think I was looking in a more American historical way. That's why.
Uh, I mean, no, yeah. I mean, the way you looked at it is the way a lot of people look at that. But
It's
I
tough.
would encourage people to listen to more John Henry Clark and Stokely Carmichael because we've been taught by white people how to look at that.
Yep.
Um, all right. Native son, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
44 years old, and I'm just a regular old man. You know what I mean? I agree with you on the Abraham Lincoln thing. I also agree with the
Hey, how's it going?
the
Nice
white
one.
guy that was
Made
here
it so you
earlier.
didn't give us a
I
raise.
forgot what he said now, but yeah, Abraham Lincoln. I'm with you. Abraham Lincoln didn't free shit. Actually, Abraham Lincoln, even though he was of Moorish descent, just like Roosevelt was actually Native American, which actually he killed people to keep that secret. Uh, um, Abraham Lincoln stated before during the right as the Civil War was going on, Abraham Lincoln, again, like I said, we all know that the Civil War was not over slavery in any way, shape, or form. Slavery was a byproduct for the North. You know what I mean? To kind of gain, to try to gain, I guess, more troops because the North were getting their asses whooped by the South because the South had more money. Okay, now Abraham Lincoln did state that if he freed the Negro people, is his words, if he freed the blacks, that there would have to be a hierarchy of white or black or whatever. And he chose the side of the white folks, or I'm sorry,
Yes,
the
yes, I
white
know.
tea people.
Yeah, I know
My,
the
my,
quote.
my
Yeah,
apologies.
yeah.
But he chose the side for the white tea people to be more supreme and over the quote unquote
Wait, no, the Civil
emancipated.
War was definitely over
Emancipated.
slavery.
No, no,
Wait.
no, no. The Civil War was over money. What happened was the South was all
There's
that
obviously
cotton.
money always involved, but no, it was over the expansion of slavery. Yes, it's absolutely what it was.
Well, this is what happened. I'm with you on that one. I get what you're saying, and I agree with you. But what happened was the North was trying to federalize the South, correct? Right? They were trying to bring the South under the federal umbrella. The South said, "To hell
What
with
do you mean
that."
the
We're
federal
going to
umbrella?
do it.
You mean the federal government, which already was?
The South was not under the federal umbrella. No, it was not.
What the fuck are you talking about? They were the government, dude. From like 1820 to like 1860, they had the entire, there was an oligarch.
Oh,
That
my
was the
bad.
closest thing to
My bad.
fascism that we actually had. It was
The
from like
Union.
18,
The
all,
Union.
all the way through Andrew Jackson, and
My
then,
apologies.
well,
Yeah, I got what you're saying. The Union. They wanted to bring them under the Union,
they want to bring
I'm
on
trying
the
to say.
union. They were in control the entire time. The Democrats of the South controlled the Congress, the presidency from like 1820 to like up until Abraham Lincoln, pretty much. What are you talking about? And did you say earlier that FDR was like Native American? Is that what you said? That guy was like from like Amsterdam or some shit. Like he was, like he was, what was
He
it,
was from
Dutch?
Amsterdam.
Amsterdam? That guy was not Native American. He didn't have anyone
I said
unalive.
Roosevelt. I
Of
said
Roosevelt,
Roosevelt.
Teddy Roosevelt. You talking about?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know about that because
But as I
a
was
big a
saying,
big thing to Teddy Roosevelt was race suicide, or today's version of the Great Replacement Theory. Actually, in 1902, he actually said that the biggest question facing America was the issue of race suicide. It's an infinitely more important question than anything else facing the nation. I mean,
right.
Teddy Roosevelt was an extreme racist. I mean, he was a liberal Republican, and he did a lot of good things when it comes to antitrust laws, anti-corruption laws, and things of that nature, and breaking up like huge corporate conglomerates. But no, they don't. I mean, he was a reactionary. He was a misogynist, and he was a devout fucking racist.
Yeah,
You know,
sure. Now,
yeah.
what I was trying to explain is that the war, for the most part, I agree with you as far as the slavery, but that was a byproduct of it. The
No,
North
that
was
was the product.
the North
Slavery was the product.
the North was pissed off that the
The
South.
product was
The
labor.
South. Will you let me talk, brother, just real quick?
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go
The
ahead.
South was making tons of money off of slavery, correct? They were,
Yeah.
and what they was not doing is they was not sending or using their, I guess, crops, cotton or whatever. They would sell it to Britain and England, and they would turn around and sell it to the North at a 3 times the price, 10 times the price. That's what pissed off Abraham Lincoln and the Union. Okay, now hold on a second. I got shit loud over here. That's what pissed off Abraham and Abraham Lincoln and the Union, because
You know,
they were wanting to basically funnel their money straight to them, because the South was a lot more powerful as far as economically speaking.
they're much more powerful politically. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah, and economical. And like I said, the main reason.
I wouldn't say economically because you had the industrial North. It was more
Yes.
industrial.
Yeah, yeah. They wanted that money, is what it was. And Abraham Lincoln realized that if he can get more people on his side, because there was no way that the North was going to whoop the South. There's no way. Okay, so that's where the whole thing of slavery came in, or Emancipation Proclamation, to again, not free the slaves, but kind of. Proclamation is not a law to free slaves. It's basically just that, a proclamation of, hey, check it out, we'll let you guys do this and that and this and that privilege. Okay.
Yeah, not exactly.
So y'all stop burning the country down,
Say again.
so that they will stop burning the country down.
Right.
So what you mentioned Britain and stuff like that. The reason why they didn't get involved in the Civil War is because of Cassius Clay, the guy that Muhammad Ali was named after.
Right.
Because he was the ambassador over in Russia, and he pretty much said if you get involved, he convinced them not to get involved, otherwise Russia was going to attack them. So the idea that that your idea that the money was going through them to over to them, like no, that wasn't really the case, and I really have no idea what you're talking about when it comes to that aspect. The idea behind the Civil War was the expansion of slavery and the thing, because around the world it was began to be stuffed out, starting with Haiti in the early 1800s. We were the last ones to do it. I mean, it was strictly over economics and having to fucking take away people's free labor. That's what it was about. I mean, it was about labor, and they turned it about states' rights because they don't want their fucking labor to go away. I mean, the Civil War was absolutely about the expansion of slavery. You can argue that was about economics. Yeah, it was about economics because that free labor was going to go away. Exactly. But it was the expansion of slavery.
Yeah.
That was the Civil War. There's no ifs, ands about it. Like there's no
and again, like I said, he's been I guess as far as history books go.
Hi, Dirk.
As far as our history book goes.
Sorry, I gotta stop. My wife the party just showed up. My bad.
Oh, are you on live?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Sorry, man. I would have loved to talk more.
Hi.
Oh Jesus, here we go. Sorry, I gotta go.
Did you get your fucking eyebrow pierced?
Oh boy, it's a flurry. All right. What's going on, Tia?
Spend my way home from the gym. I don't really so much have a comment, but like, didn't he literally say that if he could have ended the war without freeing the slaves, he would have done so?
Right.
I don't know what document that was on, but pretty sure he literally said that. It's really funny to me. I had the not so bright idea some years ago to correct a YT woman at work about this. I don't even remember why he came up, but she was like saying something about him like benevolent, and I was like, you do know he didn't, and like he didn't do that out of morality. He was racist. And she was like, no, he wasn't. And I was like, girl, yes, he was. Like, what are you talking about? It's interesting the way that they pedestalize him, because they think he's some type of like moral example, but they just skip over like those little like details.
Right.
Very interesting. And I guess the other person is gone, but like isn't part of Russia literally in Asia? Like there are some Russian people who phenotypically look Asian, and it confuses people all the time. It's very funny because they don't know that part of the eastern part of Russia is in Asia, so they don't look like the blue-eyed, blonde hair, like I guess character. It's not really a caricature, but like
even the European phenotype is an Asian phenotype. And yeah, Russia's a good example of that, how it transitioned from Asian looking to what we now call European. But Europe itself, once again, not a geographical continent, only a political continent. As long as countries in Europe have power to oppress the entire world, it'll continue to be a continent. But before they were, before they stole power through labor and resources, Europe was not considered a continent of its own. It was just Western Asia. So the idea of Europe as a continent is a colonial construct. And so that's something that a lot of people don't think deeply enough about. When I was a kid, I looked at a map and I noticed it, and then Dr. John Henrik Clark really, spoke more about it in one of his lectures, and I was like, okay, so yeah, definitely not a continent. And when you Google it, it actually comes up that it ideologically became a political continent in the 1700s. So, yeah.
But then it's also interesting too because it depends on where you were educated because different parts of the world count the continents differently.
True.
So
Yeah.
it's also really interesting. I've never really gotten into the reasons why that is because depending on what part of the world, it's 5, 6, or 7.
Right.
But
Yeah.
I should go look into that. That would be kind of interesting. But I'm also like, as I'm listening to you talk, I'm thinking like, is there anything that is profoundly unique about quote unquote Europe? Like, I feel like the other continents have like natural somethings that are like special about, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
They
that
they
kind of
have
makes
their
me think
own.
like there's nothing distinct about that place, which makes it even
Exactly.
more.
And if I took all the lines off the map, you couldn't find Europe. Like, you could tell, okay, this is the Western Peninsula, but where does Europe begin and Asia end? Like, where you wouldn't, like, how do you draw that line? Like, it's just a line drawn in the middle of a landmass, and we said, okay, this is its own continent. Every other continent starts and begins with A. Every other continent has its own tectonic plate, or is surrounded by a body of water. Europe is the only one that has none of those, and we still call it a continent ever since people from that continent took power. It's not a continent, it's just politics. It's just they wanted to separate themselves from the rest of Asia. To my knowledge, Europe doesn't have oil, but maybe. Nah, they don't have oil. They don't have oil. Because if they had oil, they wouldn't need that Russian pipeline. And they wouldn't be building that pipeline from Africa to France. Yeah, I don't think they have oil. They don't got oil. They don't got gold or diamonds. They don't have uranium. That's for sure. If they did, if they had uranium, they wouldn't be mad about what's going on with Russia.
Now
And
you really woke something up with this though, because now I'm really thinking about it. It makes too much sense. Like you have nothing, so you got to conquer everybody else to have access to
yeah.
resources.
Mm-hmm.
That makes way too much sense. Wow. Okay.
Right. Yep. That's oh yeah, a few scholars talk on that. Yeah, they don't got shit. It's a barren wasteland where it was just, the the pink barbarians. That's what the Romans used to call them. Romans considered themselves a different race than the Europeans we know today. Like Romans, they considered themselves olive tone, and they said that the pink people were a less superior race, an inferior race. That's what they called them. Yeah, that was white on white crime. That was their tribalism, and because at least I having an olive tone, you got some melanin. They all wanted to be black, but anyway, yeah, Europe they ain't got shit. They ain't got shit. They don't got no food. They can't farm nothing. Um, they was just having famines, droughts. It was just bad. They had disease. They ain't know how to wash their ass. It was nothing going on up there. It was nothing going on up there. It was a barren wasteland, and Africa came, showed love, came in healed their broken hearts. And because they're from a harsh environment where they don't got no damn resources, they're used to fighting over everything. And they took that fighting culture and brought it to the rest of the world and tried to dominate and take over because they ain't got shit. They know they ain't got shit. And they can't survive nowhere where shit exists. Wherever there's resources and abundance of food, they can't survive there. They couldn't live there. So they had to try to, find a way to bring it back. The funny thing is, a lot of the West Asians or Middle Easterns, if that what you want to call them, Middle Eastern is a colonizer term as well because it just means east of Asia. So there's no such thing as Middle East. We're on a ball in space. There's no middle. There's no east. There's just east is a direction, not a place. But anyway, Middle Eastern people are West Asians, and the reason they cover themselves up from head to toe is because they don't got the melanin to protect themselves from the sun in the desert. So Dr. Cheikh Anta Diop talks about that too, where, it's in their tradition, Muslim tradition, Arabic tradition, for them to cover up with like a bunch of scarves and shit. And that's because they don't got no melanin. So that's the thing. Yeah, nah, screw all that modesty shit, man. That's not what, they trying to protect themselves from that sunburn. Yeah, they ain't have enough. They ain't have enough to be out there like that. They came down from them Caucasus Mountains. You know what I'm saying? They ain't have enough melanin for that. But Cheikh Anta Diop, well, go ahead.
That'd be funny. The Caucasus Mountains. I would say that will never not be funny. The Caucasus Mountains.
Yeah. Yeah. And then the thing about Asian Japanese people is crazy too, because they were technically originally like black people, and then a lot of them became quote unquote biracial. A lot of samurais are said to have had black blood in them. There was a saying in Japan that if you didn't have black blood, you weren't a true samurai. So that was the thing that was going on. Is originally they were black, and they started to mix with the more Asian phenotype people, and specifically Japan. They're all really, really light-skinned biracials. That's really what they supposed to be, biracial. But they had a whole period where they thought white was right. So that's the thing. I forgot what they called it in Japan. They called it something. There's a word for it. Somebody know the word for it, let me know. I forgot the word. Guaylo is Chinese. I know that, but I forgot the word for blanqueamente in Japan. Demon, yeah, I know, right? They call him a demon. If y'all want to watch more about it, there's a series on Netflix called Blue Eyed Samurai. That's a very interesting show. But Cheikh Anta Diop talks about it as well. The great anthropologist. How you have 5 grandparents? What you talking about, Tia?
Where your people?
What?
I say, where your people?
Because somebody said they had.
Japanese.
Oh, you shady. You shady. Somebody in the comments said they were South African colored, and 5 of their grandparents are Indian, and 2 are white, and 1 is black. And I'm like, how you have 5 great grandparents?
Oh
You
no,
can
that's
only
crazy.
have 4. Like what? And now they say 8 great grandparents. Like, how you have 8?
I know what it is
How that
now.
work?
I had a South African brother break it down for me, and they just going through what Dominicans are going through. I had somebody, a real Pan African brother, broke down to me what's going on with the colored South African people, and now I know what's going on, because for a while I was real
Do you see
confused.
that drop?
Yeah.
Do you see that drop ATL comment? Is that the word that you were looking for? Hakujin,
Um,
right above me.
no. Well, see, that's the word for white tea folks. Um, I'm not sure if that's what it is, but they did a thing where they literally wanted to lighten up their skin. They were mixing with the Asian people, you know what I'm saying, and so they wanted to have more of an Asian phenotype, and then that's why they geishas and all those had like painted their faces white and all that stuff. Like they started to like favor that because it was conducive to their survival in the cold, Japanese mountains. Melanin blocks out the sun, so you don't need that. And that's the thing. Like, if it had just stayed like that, that would have been different. But that's where it's kind of like anti-blackness became a survival tactic at one point. And now, even though you don't need it to survive, it's something that all non-Africans can agree with, and it's something that Europeans were able to use to their advantage. Like, it's kind of wild, you know. Anti-blackness as a survival tactic. If y'all want to know about that, Europe specifically, Iceman Inheritance is quite a book, man. I talk about that book a lot. I should do a video on that book too, man. Iceman Inheritance by Michael Bradley. But anyway, Jonathan Majors know how to run, don't he? That brother know he's dashing.
So petty.
My goodness, I thought that was Usain Bolt.
All I'm gonna say is, if this don't teach black men nothing, it's like
They ain't gonna learn.
y'all have this preference until your life is in jeopardy, and that's kind of what it almost looked like when you really look at it. Like, you running from her, and she know you running from her, and she gonna keep running behind you. And then you see how that dude was trying to like fight him. I'm like, even when they wrong, they protect it.
I didn't see that. Who was trying to fight him?
She was standing there with a group of YT people, and I guess she told him like he had kind of like left or whatever. And so she talked to him about them people sitting in front of the bar, and he was ignoring her, like saying no. And the dude was like, "Say, man, hey!" Like, he wanted to fight him, and his girlfriend grabbed his arm and was pulling him back. You ain't ever seen that video?
Nah, I gotta see that one.
Okay,
I
I'm
only
trying to
see what my
find it.
wife shared with me, but nah, I seen that video of him running. I was like, damn. Mm. And then we still don't know if he gonna be, convicted or not, because now it's kind of crazy. Like, come on now, dude clearly was trying to get away from her. Clearly, like, that's wild. He's the one that called the police. Like, the story is just like, come on now, like, but you never know because they could always side with her.
Yep, the cab driver was subpoenaed there. His party didn't even ask for him, and the cab driver said he was trying to get away from her.
That's
So,
crazy.
yep, that's
That's
a
crazy.
protection. You don't even got to ask for the protection; they gonna protect you.
I
Mm-hmm.
have a question about that situation. I I didn't realize that he was, because I don't really keep up with what famous people are doing, but um there's a bunch of like memes right now of like Lauryn Hill like cradling him, or like standing in front of him, like to block him from a white chick. Is this that chick?
I don't know. Who got the tea? I don't know.
I just wondering because it was like about his court case, and Lauren London has been dating him and going to his court cases with him, and it was all, but they weren't talking about the fact that he was like like being I guess they were the memes were like that he was being protected by a white woman, and I just want to know if it was the woman in this picture or if that's the one he's in the court case with.
The one in the picture is ex, and that's the one that Megan Good is his current girlfriend, who's a black actress.
Yeah,
Lauren
I know.
London is not involved.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to see Lauren London. Um, I meant to say Megan Good, but Megan Good is his current girlfriend, and I just wanted to know if this blonde girl was the one that he was in the court case with.
Yes, that is the ex-girlfriend.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know because I don't really keep up um on celebrity. My bad. I just wanted to know.
You definitely need to see that video that Dee was talking about because it was crazy. She definitely, who knows if she's a victim or not, but like she definitely leaned into that when she, I guess, was quote unquote looking for a ride, and them people came out that bar and they was like, "Oh, we'll stay with you until like you get a ride or whatever." And well, I don't even know why Jonathan Majors walked past her again. Like that was stupid on his part, but he walked slowly past her and was like looking at her, and I guess maybe she pointed him out. Like the audio goes in and out, so you kind of can't hear everything. But the guy, to Dee's point, like lunged at him, and his girlfriend, I guess, like pulled him back. So like that could have been a whole next situation had she not done that, or had he escaped her grasp. But I don't know. I have no idea what's going on with the situation. As more stuff comes out, it's just like, bro, what are you doing?
Can I comment?
Go ahead, Ray.
Listen, man, we need to protect black men at all costs, man. This man is obviously a victim. And you know what he was a victim of? He made the same mistake our ancestors did, trying to civilize a people who has no class and no civilization. And you know what she did? She turned on. That's the same thing that they did in Spain. Same thing they did in Europe. He tried to bring, so he asked her, have some class. Have some class. You over here, you disturbing our house. You don't know how to act. Have some class. And you can't teach somebody who don't want to be taught. Then he tried to get out of there. My man got my man's running down the street. Man, I thought my man was running from a mob. I thought they was gonna make him an ornament. I thought they was gonna this man that lost his jobs lined up for him. This man's career has fell to an all-time low, all because a white tea woman wanted to lie and play victim. And all he tried to do, this is what happens.
Yeah, he
This
chose.
is this is what happens when you try to play hero, when you try to, man, you can't.
Hold
You
on,
can't.
hold on. That's you negating the accountability in this conversation. I ain't protecting him. I'm
I
sorry.
ain't. I
Y'all
protect.
need to
No,
stop.
listen. I'm not saying
Y'all
again.
need to stop because y'all don't have that same energy for Halle Berry. Y'all don't got that same energy for when Lupita getting some mess. Y'all need to have
Listen,
that same.
Halle Berry is a fool. If I ain't never seen a fool in my life, the fact that you're letting this man that calls you the N-word raise your kids is a whole conversation that nobody want to talk about. She one of the biggest idiots running around here because she thought if she went to the other side, she gonna get treated something better. Because over here with our men, she's always been preferenced. She's always been the highlight of what black men are considered the epitome of beauty when it came to black women standards. Don't get it twisted. Ain't nobody crazy. We saw
All
how
right,
black men put her on a pedestal. But then Lupita, I look at her halfway crooked eyed because the man you chose is the same man that had a woman get on her knee to propose to him. Like the goofiness don't stop. I'm sorry, ain't no caucasity over here that can get anything from me. I'm so sorry, white people. I don't feel sorry for you, and white men, you don't stand a chance in hell. Stay out my inbox.
Nah, but you gotta understand. You gotta
No
understand.
sir.
He
No, don't
thought.
nobody
But here, wait,
understand.
hold on. Because this is what we got to understand, y'all, is that anti-blackness is like an illness, right? White folks got it, black folks got it, right? It's part of racism, but anti-blackness specifically speaks to like where racism comes from. We gotta understand that brothers and sisters have been fed this same lie that this is a woman, this is a black woman. Get it? This is a woman, this is a black woman. So who's the default? She's the default. Her beauty standard is the default. That's probably why what's the name down here? Halle Berry keep her hair so straight. You know what I'm saying? Black men have been sold the same lie, and then sisters that end up with marshmallow men be sold a similar lie. I was just talking about it. Abraham Lincoln freed you. Jesus saved your soul. Santa Claus brought you gifts. Like white men been giving, but these are the people that have stolen the most from black women. But they'll still turn around and be with one. And it's like I hear what you're saying. It's definitely a personal accountability thing, absolutely. And they definitely cooning when they doing it. But at the same time, can we blame them for making a mistake when they've
Yes, we
obviously
can.
been taught they've
Yes,
been
we
taught
can.
self-hatred since birth?
Okay, and so is everybody else that sit up here and actively works towards anti-blackness, working against it. So my thing is, if we could sit here and deconstruct from the system and learn the things that we need to learn, even though we face the same scrutiny as them, but the only difference is they've been placed in places where they're in the spotlight and they have this attention. The first thing they jump to is a white tea person to assimilate to celebrityhood, whatever the hell you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not about to make excuses for you because when the going was good, you were sitting over here sucking it all up, and now shit didn't hit the fan, and you expect all the negras that you were looking down on to pop up in bare arms and be like, "Let that nigger go." Like, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. You should have kept your grown ass where you belonged and stayed out in white folks' business. Now you in them white folks' business and you got white folks' trouble, but you black. So go on and deal with it.
But there's three things for me. So the reason why I didn't say I have absolutely no sympathy for that man is because
Mm-hmm.
like we've all been indoctrinated with a certain level of anti-blackness. So I can understand that.
That's what I'm trying
But
to say. Because at some point, you got to learn. He just
I
might not. He ain't listened before we told him. Now he
and
learned.
see I can understand that, and I understand that anti-blackness can be manifest itself differently for different people. So for some people it's going to be like how you handle yourself, like maybe your own hair or something like that, versus like who you date and who you partner with. But the contention for me is 2 points. With the men, there are way too many examples historically and present day of this burning you. Like especially when their families are not okay with it, all they got to do is cry grape, and then your career's up in flames, you in prison for decades on false charges when they have actual evidence, knowing that you're not the person who did the thing. So like, how many times do you have to see other people get burned to know that the stove is hot? Like, and again, that's not saying that I don't understand people having anti-blackness. I get it. We all got some. But when you take it to the extent of wanting to be in romantic partnerships with them, specifically as black men, knowing the way that they can weaponize their tears and all these other things at the drop of a hat, and you have very little
But
recourse
what if
for
they
yourself,
don't
why
know?
would you even take that risk?
But
Why?
what if
And
they
then
don't know?
how could you not know? How
That's
could
what.
you
Everybody,
not
That's what
know?
That's what I say
Brother
about
Legend,
everyone anti-black. This is what I be
Brother
saying.
Legend,
No,
he
but
didn't
I'm
play
not
small
negating that
roles.
everybody is
He,
anti-black. I'm saying there are far too
No,
many
that's not what I
situations.
said. That's
okay,
not what I
I was gonna
said
say
to
because
you.
he didn't play in star roles where that's exactly what the topic was about. So when
Oh, what
people
you
saw
talking about?
I'm talking about the brother that's next to the YT woman. He done played in so many roles where roles with racism and stuff. If don't nobody know, he should know.
Yeah, he do always be
But
playing them.
here's the thing. But
My
here's the
big
thing. There's
my
still.
big
Do y'all know what cognitive dissonance is?
yes.
You know what I'm saying? That's a thing that Dr. Joy DeGroy talks about in our community, especially part of multi-generational trauma brought on by slavery. The name of her book is Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome, meaning that you can walk it, talk it, preach it, all of that, and still not believe it, or the opposite. You can believe it fully and not understand how to operate within reality. So just because he played a role doesn't, it's still part of anti-blackness that he
I'm
has
just,
cognitive dissonance.
you giving a lot of rope, and I don't think he deserves that much
I'm
rope. I'm
not giving him
sorry.
rope. See, now here's the thing. I'm not
I'm
giving
that
him
not to
rope.
be confused with
I'm not
making
giving him rope
excuses. I'm not saying
because I'm not giving him rope because I'm saying that what he did was right. What I'm saying is he ain't marry her. If he was married, then he would have already been, bruh, you done messed
he
up your
don't
whole
need
life.
to marry her. How many people have lost their lives, whether literally or to the prison system, based off of just sleeping with one? You weren't even in a relationship with one. Why would you take that risk? That's like somebody going to rob a bank and when they get arrested saying, well, I didn't know that I could get locked up. It's really that you didn't think it would happen to you. You thought you were special. And my biggest issue with this whole situation, and he's not the only one who's done it, is that you're now using a black woman as a tool to clean up your image. That to me says you knew what you did was a problem, and now you want to run back to the person who you know can bring you back to grace, who can clean up your career, that can give you hopes again of reconnecting to an audience that you were okay with distancing yourself from. You didn't care if your own people supported you because you had them. You were locked into another group. And how many people in the celebrity world have we seen do the same thing? Every time they get burned by a YT person, they come and find a black person as a prop to pretend they're in a relationship with, to clean up their image and say, see, I don't dislike black people, I don't dislike black women, I don't dislike black men, y'all can love me again. That's exactly what he's doing. And
That's what
arguably
Drake be
Megan
doing.
Good is the biggest dummy out of this whole situation.
That's what Drake be doing. But at the end of the day, what I'm saying is y'all don't feel this harshly about other ways that people can be anti-black when they're ignorant. And so that's what I'm trying to say, because there's many ways, and I wouldn't even say this. I would say when people have self-hatred, like this is a product of self-hatred. People have self-hatred, and especially in a society where that self-hatred is constantly validated and just put throughout society.
Perpetuated.
So exactly. So him having self-hatred ain't nothing new. And to be honest, a lot of us got it in different ways. If a brother come to me and tell me he's Hebrew one day, and then he learned more and about himself and understand his history and say, man, I can't believe I was one of them Hebrew Israelites. Guess what, man? I've been listening to John Henry Clark and Sheikh Anta Diop, and I understand now that I'm an African and I'm studying my history, and they come around and they understand that it was all out of self-hatred that they were viewing their history. I'm not the kind to be like, nah, you can't do that now. You should have known better when you was out here going to the mosque. You was up in the mosque knowing damn well what them people done did to us. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're at some point, you know what I'm saying? Like, and do I believe his relationship with Megan Good? Listen, I'm not in that part of Hollywood. I don't do none of that. I don't care about all that. All I'm saying is, if he messed around, had kids with her, if he messed around, got married, then I would definitely feel a little bit differently. But I think he made a poor choice. I don't see why he's unforgivable. I just think he did something stupid.
Unforgivable. I was saying that I don't think it's black women's. This is my thing. It's
Mhm.
always, even with Jeezy, it's this thing where it comes back to putting us back in the middle of your mess. Celebrate me and choose me when you are happy.
But you're whole with yourself, not when you're at your worst and I'm supposed to elevate or fix something that you put yourself in. That's the only issue I have with a lot of black women and black men. Lupita will do the same thing. As soon as she gets burned over there, she's gonna run to a black man. And I feel like the issue is that in these situations, these celebrities are not loud in regards to the racism and the microaggressions that they receive. They're very quiet in regards to the realities of what they're experiencing as black people. They almost negate that they're black just to say they're a celebrity. And then they get situations like this, and then it's like, well, call it what it is. Say that she knew that she was standing on her privilege, and she knew that she had power over your situation in your relationship. But he won't do that because then it makes it a racial conversation. It's a level of keeping white people comfortable while you're the one that's in a displacement and discomfort. But you immediately run back to a black woman. Why you didn't run to another white woman? I'm sorry, go ahead, Black Swan.
Why would he do that? That would be now that would make him dumb. You see what I'm saying? So it's like I hear what you're saying, but him coming to the answer, even though he made a mistake first, him coming to the right answer, I can't be mad. You know, I can't be mad. I can say you made a mistake. I can say, bruh, any consequence of this situation, you gotta face it on your own. But to tell him he's not welcome back into the home is you know, I feel like
No, but brother, he's not saying he made a mistake though. He's not owning his choice. He's not saying, listen, I stepped back, I seen the error of my
I
ways.
think
He
being
ain't
with a
saying
black
he
woman is saying that,
read
no?
the books like you said. If it was some of that, then I'd be like, all right, cool. He ain't saying he learned nothing. He's saying he's scared for his life. And because he's scared for his life, he's now going to curate a relationship that makes him look like something different. I don't respect that. No, don't use me as a tool. Stand on your ish. You chose her. Unfortunately, it's a choice that landed you in court. Hopefully, you know, the truth settles out and hopefully he didn't do the things he was accused of. But I mean, that's part of what comes along with taking that risk.
It's also performative.
Oh, we gotta let Black Swan speak. She been up here. Go ahead, Black Swan.
Sorry, it's always raise my hand in the comments, but I think it's interesting because he's in the industry. Like when I meet black men in real life that are dating YT women, right? And this, I guess for me, my energy always comes from a place of wanting to protect, but I can't tell you because you're not going to hear it from me. For whatever reason, you went and chose a YT woman. And you got to figure that out on your own. But for me, the issue I always have with it is choosing laying up in bed and dating the same woman whose tears have historically caused the unaliving of black men. For me, I cannot wrap my head around it. I'll never be able to wrap my head around it. I've got family members that date interracially, and I don't get it. But when they're in the industry, there's so much to that, right? Like there's so much to unpack with that because not only are they indoctrinated just in like society, you know, we're living with our oppressor. We have a very unique experience as black people here in America. We're living with our oppressor. We can't escape them, you know, even in your own home, you can't escape them, especially if you don't own your home. But being in the industry, having these people who control you financially, they manipulate you financially. It's almost like, where else do you turn? But the interesting thing is, people like Drake, like Jonathan Majors has a child. I don't know if people know that. His child is black, but it's a child with a YT woman. Can't find the woman anywhere. I try to Google it. I can't figure it out. I don't know if somebody else knows the information. But Drake did the same thing. It's so interesting. They didn't marry these women, like you said. They had children with them. They kept it under wraps, never told anybody. But then you look at somebody like D Wade, right? Who's real proud of his family. You look at somebody like who's the basketball player? He plays for the Golden State Warriors.
Stephen,
Yeah, Steph Curry. You see men like that, and they're proud of their family, right? They have no problem bringing their family to the forefront and, you know, just showing the love that they have, the genuine love that they have, right? Because it's a genuine relationship. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like it's so different when you're in the industry and you're around that constantly. It's a different level, I guess, of, you know, being manipulated, being indoctrinated, and internalized anti-blackness.
Steph Curry family look like the Simpsons.
oh,
So it's a little different over there. That man is bright as it get. But no, I hear you. Um, I mean, I understand. I understand what y'all talking about. You know, it's a shame he put himself in a messed up position, very compromising position. The sisters ain't giving no forgiveness. They ain't giving no passes with this one.
I just think that at least it didn't go farther because, like, I mean, I come from a white mother, and my father hated himself and our people, and like being extremely pro-black my whole life, like he didn't just affect himself with his choice, he affected me. And just constantly battling your parents from childhood and on, that it's okay for me to be pro-black. I am black. You had a black daughter. You have 50% chance of having one. So I I just feel
Wait,
like
who
at
affected
least
you?
you, huh?
Oh, your father.
Yeah, my father. At least Jonathan stopped before he made any interracial children that he could put any of the anti-blackness that he has within himself that he might not even notice on a child.
I don't have a grace or no grace. I'm gonna give any black person grace. I think the issue in this conversation is the issue that we've seen historically is that Tia said it best when she referenced the history and the context of the history that black men particularly have received, right? I think black women, I think it's one of their biggest fears why they don't date out the way that black men do is based on what we understand and what we've seen. Your wife is so cute. And
I don't know why she keep touching it. Mind your business. Go ahead.
she's so cute. And in the midst of this, there's an understanding that, wait a minute, we've seen how we've been treated historically and presently. And I said this, there's a case in 2023 where the police raped and violated these two black men because they had one of them had a relationship with the YT woman. So we're still seeing it, and yet you still are fighting people to the ends of the earth about these relationships and the level that they're dealing with it. I think with him, like I said, he played enough roles where he understands the dynamic, and yet you will still run over there because he's looking for another level of elevation in Hollywood. And I think a lot of them do that. I think Halle
But
Berry was
whose
doing the
fault
same
is that?
thing. Huh?
Whose fault is it that dating a white woman gives him access?
YT people.
All right. So this is what I was
But that's why I'm
saying.
saying it's
Because
not a lack. It's not a lack of giving
the,
grace. It's
the
a
more
lack of
the more I
accountability
was
for
why.
himself, though. What'd you say?
Oh no, that's what I'm saying. Any consequence of this scenario that plays out, it's on him. You gotta do that on your
Yeah,
own,
it's on
man. We
him.
ain't gonna be marching in
So
the streets
I'm
for
not
you,
saying I'm
man.
throwing him away. I'm saying that respectfully, I would wish they would leave us out of it until they straighten their ish out. Does that make sense? Like, why is
Oh no,
Megan Good being pulled in the middle of your case? Like, take care of
oh
that
no.
mess by yourself.
Her mom,
Right, yeah.
I said they arguably the dumbest people in this situation, and her mama in there. Like what is wrong? And then this man had the absolute nerve to tell this woman why you can't be more like Coretta Scott King and Michelle Obama. Like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? That man said, "Can you be like Michelle
Black
Obama? What's
women,
wrong with you?"
the reference to black women was wild.
That is crazy. He know exactly what he doing. He want a black woman in a white woman body.
That part. And that's why
Because society makes sure that the white woman come with
not
extra privilege.
not you
Privilege on
making
top.
excuses. Not you making excuses.
I
My
ain't making
thing
no
is
excuse. That's the truth.
But I think
okay.
that,
That's the
but
reason
But
that they do it.
that's
Except,
legitimate though in that industry, the industry that he's in. Think about it, right? Like I feel like the industry that he's in, him having a woman like that on his arm.
Oh yeah, he trying to shoot up for sure.
Right.
But
Right.
my thing is, he knew that. So let him sit with that. Ain't no, like you said, ain't nobody kicking him out the house. It's just that don't bring them folks over to my house. You clean that mess up, then you bring your ass home. You know where your spot is. We got a blanket in the closet, rags on the shelf. You know where the soap is. Get in there, wash your ass, and come back out and do it again when you're ready to go join society. But
Well said.
yeah, but as for me jumping out my bed, the comfort of my home, to come rescue your ass, and I told you not to go out in them streets and mess with them folks, baby, good day.
Yo, he got me dying. Yo, I cannot.
And
No, that's facts.
new. Like, remember, Eartha Kitt talked about this with Sidney Poitier and many of the men of that time about how they really genuinely have relationships with these women, but was like, nah, we good on you. You can't do nothing for me socially. So I can't be with you. I gotta go get me a white woman. They explicitly said that. This is nothing new.
Well, you know what surprises me more than black men that date white women? Is the Don Lemon situations. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Like,
Can we talk about intersection? Because I'm gonna be honest. Don Lemon, that's crazy. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy, bro. And like, that's wild. You know what I'm saying? I understand white women are dangerous to black men. They have been for a long time. But you know who's the one people that's more dangerous than white women? Don Lemon is crazy. To me, that's crazy. Anything that happened to Don Lemon is he ain't coming back. He can't come back to the cookout ever. You say he a slow turner. What you mean?
lemon away. He been doing better. Remember, he used to talk real crazy, and then when he started speaking up for black people, everybody was like, "What happened to Don?" So you know, he is slow turning ship. He working on himself. I have faith.
Man. Oh, he's still with that. He's still with the mayonnaise man, right?
Probably. It seems all of them
That's
black.
insane to me. That's insane to like as a brother, you know what I'm saying, that has unpacked enough of his homophobia to really like be able to empathize to a degree and still not feel like it takes away from or challenges my masculinity in any sense. I can't imagine. Like, that's crazy. Like, I can't. That's crazy. This man is crazy. Like, that's race betrayal to me.
Don't say something that's not nice in regards to him. But I
Mhm.
think that anybody that's okay with like laying down with the same person that they realize they're dealing with depression and they lose their career based on speaking up for your own people while laying down with that is very weird. And I had somebody earlier, Librarian had a really good room earlier, right? And it was so interesting the people that came up to speak in her room because as we're having the conversation, you had this black girl that was with a YT man, and when I tell you she exuded every YT supremacy word or stereotype you could think of while being anti-black. And I asked her if a black man had everything your boyfriend has, would you go with him? No, because I don't like black men. And I was like, and so your boyfriend's racist because your commonality is the disdain for black men. And I think that that's where we negate things. Even like the sister the other day, brother. Remember she was saying she had the YT man with locks, and she was like, "Well, black men don't choose me. I'm at the bottom," or something like that. It's always negating your own people to get over there. Like black women and black men do the same thing in that regard. Like you'll act as if you're the reject in your community. That's why you got that. So that means you got the default. That wasn't even the person you really wanted. And then you'll act like, oh, well, they saved me. It's always this dynamic where you're not choosing that spouse based on love and building something or having a commonality in regards to fighting racism. You're building that on the fact that it's your trauma. It's more or less a trauma bond with some BS. It's weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
I believe some of the accountability of doing the healing, the proper healing that they need to do to be in a healthy relationship. Like it's a, to me, I see it as a cop out. I mean, they are obviously indoctrinated. She was wild though. I mean, she was wild. I was driving when I was listening, so I couldn't come up, but I wanted to come up so badly. She was
I'm
her
not. I missed
takes. Her takes were that it was literally like speaking to a YT person who is, gaslighting and denying and lying like they do when we talk about
it.
racism. And
Mm-hmm.
but to go after somebody for that reason, you still have pain in you. You still have trauma in you. And this is the thing too with people like that, right? You still have Black men that are around you, whether it's your brother, it could possibly be a child of yours, it could be a father, an uncle. So, it's kind of like you're messing up all of it's like do you have a disdain for all of those relationships? Like, that's not healthy to walk around like that. It's so unhealthy to walk around like that. But it's harmful and it's scary to hear somebody that looks like us talk like that. She was definitely on the extreme end with her talking points. Like, it's, to
CBT.
me, it's always scary.
That's called CBT, cultural betrayal trauma. The American Psychological Association recognizes it as a form of trauma, cultural betrayal trauma, to see someone of your own identified social group speaking against his best interests. So that's what I'm saying about Jonathan Majors. He triggers a lot of cultural. So does this one here. She just on, a lot of brothers was rocking with her. You know what I'm saying? Like, like the brothers that I hang out with, even the ones that's not as Pan African studied as I am, like a lot of brothers was rocking with. I think I even got a video. I got a video. You know when you do the head thing, like which celebrity you choose? I got a video on my backup page where I just choose Lupita all day. Like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? It felt good to be around brothers, and then we talking about the dark skinned woman in the barbershop. You know what I'm saying? Like, we in the barbershop the same way we used to talk about Coco, Ice-T's wife. Back in the day, everybody was talking about Ice-T's wife, or some light skinned, Cassie or something. Like, we finally talking about a dark skinned soul sister, and then she turned out, doing that. It's
But
kind of
y'all
crazy.
so Snow Bunny being with Ice T and his high yellow ass being with Coco. And my thing is, don't act like you don't know about them negras out there talking about how nappy Lupita's hair is and how big her lips is and how unattractive, and people is overhyping her. Like, it was a whole Twitter war where they was just trying to tear that woman down, and all the
I
queers,
didn't see
they
that one.
thems and theirs came into her rescue. All the Black women was like, y'all need to shut the up and let this woman live, because she
Dang,
wouldn't
I
even
didn't see
touch you.
that. But it makes sense. I mean, but see, that's the thing. And that's where I'm like, and the more I do this work, man, the more I'm like, that anti-blackness, right, that's within us, has become so typical to me that I think as I've done this more and more and more, I'm starting to just expect it, not be surprised by it, and I'm not giving out passes, but because it's dangerous what they're doing. They're participating in the genocide of their own people, but at the same time, they're fish born in water. You can't convince them that it's wet. A lot of them don't know they in a fishbowl, and you know. Like like once I mean, the more you know, the more you just start to see, damn, we really in a fishbowl, and you start to see all these other fish and be like, y'all don't even know. It's like everywhere. So, right, someone said Stockholm syndrome. Interracial relationships are Stockholm syndrome. I said what I said. Anybody else want to come up here? Feel free. We got one slide open. Don't forget to tap like, y'all. We've been up here for a minute. Let's get to 50K at least. Tap like, tap like. Anybody want to come up and answer the questions? We'll grade you. We're giving out grades. So y'all can answer from the comments too. You don't gotta come up here. You can answer from the comments. We'll give you a grade. A through F. Give us yes or no down in the comments. Yes, no, whatever your answers are. Give it in order. Peace out, Jared. Thanks for coming up. Des, Maisha, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Hello, I'm 27. I'm black. And she her.
All right, talk to us.
Well, I mean, I can answer the questions, but before I do, I just wanted to say, because I put it in the comments, that I saw a post today, and it said it was stating statistics on Black women getting married and becoming like baby moms and stuff like that. And it said that the darker a woman's skin, the least likely she'll be married, and that's within the Black community. It's the least likely that she'll be married. Like a Black man would want to marry her,
And
and
why do you think that is?
it basically said, you said what?
Why do you think that is?
Because Black men, I truly believe most of them are colorist.
And why do you think that is?
Because the entire world is colorist. That's just how it is. It's racism, colorism. I think it's everywhere. But specifically the Black community, we do have a lot of colorism.
Mm-hmm.
They're most likely to make them baby moms and most likely marry the lighter skinned women.
They try to take me down out of here, man. Y'all still?
What happened?
I don't know what happened. My whole app just crashed, but I'm back.
Dang. Ma, I said, y'all do realize that 80% of Black people choose each other.
Mm-hmm.
Like our pairing is at 80%. I think the dynamic is it's a mind F. And they constantly try to make us feel like we're divided or we don't have options so that you do delineate away from your own people. It's weird.
That statistic that I saw, it said only 20% of darker skinned women are favored by Black men. So I was reading that.
Favored meaning
that basically they are gonna be chosen to like marry them.
And you don't think
Because
this has
ultimately
anything to
men
do?
choose marriage. So only 20% or 15, it's somewhere in between 15 and 20, but it's a really, really low number.
Only
And then
about 25% of Black men in general get married, but you don't think this has anything to do with living in a society that perpetuates a European beauty standard that is also perpetuated within the Black community?
I mean, that's very true. Like I said, it's in the entire world, but it doesn't make it right. And it doesn't mean that Black women should be like, oh, because I'm a brown skin. I have like a 30, I think 20 or 30% chance. So it doesn't negate like our feelings. It kind of, when you say that, it kind of takes away from how we feel about it. It's like, okay, well, it's a
No,
European
I'm not
standard.
taking away. I don't mean to take away from what you feel, sister. What I'm trying to say is I'm making sure that your anger is directed at the source of the problem and not Black men, because us pointing the finger at each other for conditions we don't control, create, or facilitate is not going to lead to any solution. To be honest, you can blame
No,
Black men, blame Black men, blame Black men. I'm not saying you are, but I'm saying any of us could just blame each other and blame each other, and that ain't gonna stop colorism, because colorism doesn't come from within our community. It started outside of our community, and a lot of us just haven't been taught. This is what I
Can
was
I
saying earlier, y'all, about how anti-Blackness is inherent, and unfortunately, a lot of us don't learn till we learn.
Can I say something real quick? I just got here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Augie. Uh, I live in the UK. My
Your
background
race and
is
your pronouns.
say again.
Your race and your pronouns.
My race is Black African. My pronouns are he him.
Okay.
I went to Africa actually earlier this year. It's actually quite incredible. And it always makes me laugh, like whenever I see about what's going on here in the West. After going back home to the motherland for the first time as well, by the way. And
Congrats.
say again.
Congratulations, man. That's what's up, brother.
Yeah, you gotta do it. You gotta do it at least. I feel like everyone needs to do it at least once in your life. I feel like
I'm
you
moving
will.
there.
you will look at life completely differently if you do it at least once in your life. So I mean, to be fair, I didn't even go to like an English speaking country. I went to Ivory Coast, and I just like looked at how life was like back there, and life is just so easy, you know. Everyone there was just enjoying their lives.
I think the sister
Most
before you were saying something, man. Before you get into a long story, what was on your mind? What's on your mind? I thought you was
what do you
gonna
mean?
reply to her or something.
Okay, so yeah, she was talking about all this stuff about just well, to be fair, like, I mean, like my whole story was gonna like it was in response to what she was saying. I
Hmm.
was gonna is it okay if I tell my story or no, or am I not
Yeah,
allowed to?
all right. Yeah, go ahead. I was just making
Is-
sure it tied back in because she was saying something. I
Okay,
didn't want to
okay,
cut the
okay.
sister off.
Let her finish. Okay, you know what? Okay, yeah, finish your point.
All right, go ahead, sister.
I wanted to say that it's not as prevalent in the men's side. And yes, I mostly blame the European beauty standard, but I still hold those men accountable because I feel like, they don't get a pass just because, oh yeah, that's the standard, because we all have the responsibility of rewiring our brains and actively choosing not to uphold those standards. But it's not on
We
the
don't
other
all
side
have
because
that choice. Some
yeah,
of us don't know that we're ignorant. What about unknown unknowns? You know what I'm saying?
well, I can just say it's not my fault that you don't want to be self-aware, but self-awareness is a thing, and we should all strive to be more aware
I agree.
and put the work in to do better.
Hmm.
But on the other end of the spectrum, when it referring to black men, because blackness is considered as strong and masculine, the darker a black man, a man's skin is, the more masculine he is, so he is more desirable. So it doesn't
Hmm.
really happen to black men as much. Now you can say that they view lighter skinned men as weak, and we all know the light skin pose. So it
I,
does
I
happen,
I
but
I always thought that lighter skinned dudes got more play, if you know what I'm saying. I mean, that's been my experience. Maybe I'm wrong, but just the
Recently.
brothers
I
the
mean,
brothers I've been
It switched
around.
recently.
yeah, there's some truth to what you're saying, like I said, but for the
Mm.
most part, it's just the way that, the society is, that we do view the darker a man's skin is, the more masculine he is. So he is gonna be favored over a lighter skinned man. And,
In the
in
black community.
reference to a darker skinned woman, she's gonna be
Uh,
more masculine or more aggressive because of her skin, solely based on her skin color, compared to a lighter skinned woman. She's viewed as more feminine and more
sure.
likable and desirable.
And that's
Mm.
just so crazy to me because I'm bisexual, and I think black women, especially dark skinned women, are extremely feminine and just loving, and all the tenderness and love I ever got in my life was from dark skinned women. So I just, it's just crazy to me.
Yeah, what she said was facts.
Yep.
They do
Yep.
masculinize our sisters that are darker skinned. And brothers that I've spoken with, a lot of them, they get so hyper masculinized that they tell, like, I've had conversations with brothers where they said people don't look them in the face when they talk to them. Like that's a thing. Like
Ever.
a lot of like dark skinned brothers, like they get treated a certain way. You know what I'm saying? Like a threat. Like people kind of like treat them a certain way. Um,
Okay.
Audience, give us your age, race, and pronouns.
Said it before. My age, I'm 30. Race, I'm black. My pronouns are he, him.
Okay, talk to us.
Okay. Um, so I think that we're looking at this whole situation a little bit um too deeply. I think it's I mean, I feel like we're conflating a little bit of culture and then race. which is like a one thing that you shouldn't do. Because if we're talking about the culture, maybe you shouldn't look someone in the eye in a certain culture, because if you do that, you're probably going to get hurt. I don't think that inherently, if you look someone in the eye, that anything bad's going to happen to you, or like I don't know why certain people would ever be scared to look at someone in the eye.
Argues,
But
argues, argues, argues,
okay, here we
argues.
go. Yeah,
Are
what's
you
up?
drunk? Yeah, I mean, you sound like an idiot right now. When
What
people
do you mean?
avoid eye contact, it's usually because
If you let me
they.
finish, I was actually going to say
Yeah,
something
but
about
I
that.
know, but you're being very facetious right now.
If
You're
you
like
if you let
you're
if you let me
diluting the
finish, though.
conversation to something that was not about. Like stop it, man. Don't be
What?
willfully obtuse on my live. Like don't do that.
So what
Don't
do
do
you
I'm
want
that.
me to talk about
cordial.
then?
I'm here to contribute. I'm not here to be racist or anything like that.
I
I
wasn't even
really,
talking to you. You gone. Bye.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you don't want
I
to hear the
wasn't
truth.
even
Yeah,
talking to him.
yeah, of course you weren't. Yeah.
Um, yeah, so please don't be willfully obtuse on my live.
Okay, so what do you want to hear then?
What do I want to hear? See, he's being willfully obtuse, isn't he?
It's not about hearing, it's understanding. And there seems to be a lack of comprehension in how you show up as a black person. Because that is not something that is new. When white people go into stores, they would put the money on the counter. They would not touch your
Yeah, I
hand.
know that. I
Black
experience that
men,
every
no, no,
day.
no, no, no,
So
hold on. Do you
no,
know
no,
what
no.
black
Hold on.
code
I
is?
know that. I experience this
No,
every
okay,
day.
then
Yeah,
why would you sit there and negate the realities that black people experience?
yeah, I know this. But you just said
So
that like
then,
someone
so
doesn't
then,
like
what's the
look in the
history
eye.
of looking in the eye? Because brother was touching on it, and you said it's too deep. What's the history of looking white people
I
in the
never said
eye?
it's too deep, but yeah, yeah,
What is
yeah.
the
Carry
history
on.
of
Go on.
looking white people in the face?
Go on. Carry on.
What's
Tell me.
I'm asking you? Do you know the history of it?
I don't know what the history is, but I know that people
All right,
don't
no,
look me
tell
in
us
the
the
eye.
history then,
Tell
August.
us.
Oh, wait, so now I can talk? Can I talk or no? Because
See
I
how
was
he's being
because I
willfully
was cut off
obtuse?
before. So
That's
wait, can
like
I
your
talk
that's
now?
like your default thing where you act like you don't know what's going on.
Okay, so can I talk now then or no? Or what is the?
All
Can
right,
I
bye.
talk? Yeah, of course. Yeah, cut me off. Yeah, because you don't want to hear the truth. Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
You haven't said one. You hasn't said anything.
Spent half that time actually saying what you wanted to say instead of asking, "Can I talk? Can I talk?
Can
Can I
I talk?
talk?"
What's going
Well,
on?
nobody saying nothing, and I went on mute
Being
for that
willfully
reason.
obtuse.
So
Yeah.
y'all, when we talk about black men particularly being look at somebody in the eye, that black code, you couldn't look nobody in their eyes, no
Right.
YT person in their face. When they came down the street, you got down off the sidewalk or out of their way.
Right.
Like, come on, quit playing.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's a thing, you know. I feel a little bit of that, you know what I'm saying? Like as a brother over 6 feet, um, I could feel when people kind of looking at me kind of like suspect. Like there's been times I dead ass, I swear to God, I'm still thinking about it. About just getting one of those sunglasses where it's got like a little camera on it. Dior Days, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like you can get a sunglasses with a little camera on it. I swear to God, that'd be some crazy content for y'all to see. Because me just walking around with locks and just walking around, just being my normal black ass self, I swear to God, people treat me the weirdest. Like, she's right. Like, they don't want to touch your hand at the grocery store. Like, I be peeping stuff. And sometimes I'll be with my wife and she be noticing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and it be them frosty females too. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how he did this. I mean, that's why he in court right now, because she look at him like he's threatening. You know, black masculinity has never been too beneficial to black men. I'll put it that way. It's not something that the Eurocentric definition of masculinity does not benefit black men very much. We need to go back to our traditional African definitions of masculinity. You know, in Africa, there's places where men hold hands to walk across the street and it's not seen as gay. You know what I'm saying? Like we
Did
kind
you
of, yeah. Go ahead.
you ever saw that video of the YT man, and it's a black man who pretends to be blind, and they're walking down the street and see if who will help them, and all of the people that the YT man encountered, they all stopped to help him and guide him so he didn't walk into things. When with the black man, they shrugged their arm off of him, and they immediately got away from him. They didn't want nothing to do with that man, and they knew that he was disabled.
Wow.
Completely different reaction.
Right. Yup. I think I did see something like that.
Y'all see a little black girl they left in the middle of this huge like central. It was like a central area where everybody walked through, and nobody even walked up to that baby to see if she was okay. But then they put the little YT girl, and everybody, black people and everybody, walked up to her. Are you okay? Where's your parents? It is the dynamic that we sit here and act like it's not still going on. And I said this earlier. I'm gonna say it again. What part of history and what time was racism, education wise, when it comes to racism, the oppression, or just the discrimination and oppression of black people has ever been addressed? Never. So what changed? Nothing. Nothing has changed. It's just dressed up differently. They put a new kind of foundation on it.
Right. That's facts. And yeah, that's facts. That goes to what we was talking about earlier with emancipation, quote unquote. If the hearts of white Americans is the reason we were emancipated, and it wasn't because we was starting revolts and uprisings all across, America and the Caribbean, and they just had a change of heart, then how come we don't see a change of conditions? How come we don't see a change of how we're treated in this country? There's more brothers in chains now than there ever was during slavery. You know what I'm saying? Like just incarcerated. I think the entire slave trade was like something like in America like 400,000. Am I tripping? Was it like 400,000? But you know what I'm saying? Like, how come we don't see a difference in our treatment if their heart changed? If your heart changed, right, and you decide you want to free the slaves I want to free the slaves, right? Why would you just stop at institutional slavery and just let mass incarceration, medical racism with the sisters? It happens with the brothers too, but specifically with the sisters that giving birth and just being used to create gynecology as we know it. Like how could you let black codes and all this Jim Crow everything, the mass unalivings with tree ornament, making us into tree ornaments, things like that. How can you let all of that go on talking about your heart changed? If your heart changed, then no, your heart didn't change. Your heart didn't change. We didn't integrate. We desegregated. You know what I'm saying? So that's not a change of heart. And that's what Martin Luther King effed around and found out. Because Martin Luther King thought he was going to change their hearts again. And now, because we changed their hearts the first time and they signed the Emancipation Proclamation, now we'll change their hearts again and they'll give us the right to vote, and then we'll change their hearts and we just just apply pressure to the heart. And then before he was unalive, he found out that it was all cap. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Someone said it in the comments. He regretted it. So, that's the thing.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I know I said this on one of your other lives, but like, I guess I understand where it comes from, because I think this, and this is just my personal belief, it's not rooted in any facts, but I think black people have another level of humanity. And because of that, the way we engage with and expect from other people is kind of like distorted, because we expect them to have the same level of humanity that we have, even though there's been a consistent pattern of quite the opposite, especially
Yeah.
when it comes to how we are treated. So even as recently as, it wasn't even George Floyd, but Eric, what's his last name? The one who was unalived in New York, with the Lucy's.
Eric Garner.
Eric,
Yeah.
yeah.
I
Eric
think
Garner.
he was one of the early cases with like clear camera footage. And
Made my
after,
stomach turn.
huh?
I,
Oh yeah.
I threw up. I was really sick after that. Like I don't know if it was because I was smoking, but this back when I used to smoke more, and I threw up after seeing that. I couldn't. I was like shook watching that video. But
Yeah,
yeah,
but like there's that part, but then there's also the part of like a lot of us really believed, oh, it's on camera now. And now that it's on camera, people are going to believe what we've been saying for years. Like we haven't been making this up. And
yeah,
when you see it, you're going to
right,
feel the way we feel. And a lot of us got hit with a harsh reality that
yeah,
when people saw that happen on camera, they felt nothing. Their thoughts and opinions did not change. Their actions did not change. They did not vote
yeah.
in a line with seeing it in real time. None of that mattered. And that is why I am constantly like, why do we care about impacting hearts and minds when we were out there advocating for body cameras on every police officer? It does not matter. These people will watch the whole video from beginning to end and still say no indictment. Like that person was in fear of their
Mm,
life. They didn't nothing wrong. There's nothing to see here. We go back to business as usual. I don't give a damn about your feelings. I don't care about your feelings. But if there is policy or enough fear in your heart to make you think twice before you do a certain thing, that's all I care about. Because at the end of the day, that's what preserves my
mm.
life. My daddy always say, he says that he believes every country should have nuclear weapons. Because if every country had nuclear arms, then people would think twice before they ran up in countries talking about you claiming this and you claiming that, or you gonna treat people a certain way, because a threat of violence garners a certain level of respect. And it's not really respect, it's fear. But if that fear is going to preserve my life and my children's life and my neighbor's life and whoever's life, then sign me up. Because how you feel about me in the four walls of your house does not matter to me. What you think about me in your head when that you're not willing to say out your mouth because you know that might lose your job or might get you locked up. I don't care what your internal language is. I don't care what you telling your grandmama. But I know you're gonna think twice before you open your mouth.
Mm. That's facts, man. I didn't even think of that, but you're right. You know, that's yeah. That was because that was what like was the shock for me back then. Listen, I ain't always been as hip to everything as I am now, and when I seen that video, yeah, I didn't know what the argument was about. I couldn't understand, Trayvon, except we didn't have camera footage with Trayvon. And then, yeah, with Eric, it was like plain as day. It was an illegal chokehold. Like, plain as day. Like, you're not even supposed to do this maneuver. It's illegal. And he still did it. Like, that's crazy. Yeah, that was wild. Wow. Mm.
I
One thing
yeah,
I've known. Go ahead, sister.
no, I was just gonna say I grew up in a. I always say this, but I grew up in a predominantly YT area. It's changing now.
Mm.
And I actually work in the education system out here, and I've been having this internal change of heart because I got in thinking I can make a difference, but my coworkers are YT women. The whole entire education system alone is just, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to say too much, but
How in the
it's
world do you think it's changing? I need to know.
it's oh no. I mean like the area that I live in, there's more black people move into this area. Is the only
Oh,
thing yeah, that's the only thing that's
but you
changing. But
said their
I
hearts and
thought,
minds was changing.
oh no. I'm about to say the complete opposite. Growing up in a place where it was like that, right? And then, now that I'm in the workforce and I'm higher up in the workforce, just because people have moved here, it doesn't mean that the systems around here are changing. They don't usually catch up for like years out, if that makes sense, right? So the administration where I work is all YT women. My coworkers are all YT women. A lot of the teachers where I work are all YT women. And
Mm.
I have learned that they don't care. And I think that in order for you to really like to progress, you have to understand that. Like you can't encounter them and think, "Oh, this might be a person who is going to unpack their stuff if we have a conversation, or they're going to be different or whatever." Like no, that's just not a reality. And we have hundreds of years to prove that and to back that up. I was on a panel before somebody had said, oh, well, as Black people, we can be prejudiced. No, we cannot be prejudiced. If you understand how the whole entire structure of racism works and what the definition of like being prejudiced is, it's not based in reason or fact. We have reason and fact to feel the way that we do towards them. So I always correct people when they say, well, Black people can be prejudiced. No, we can't. These people don't change. They don't change. They're not going to change. I was also on a panel with somebody who said, oh, well, I feel like when we have conversations with them and they try to deny racism and things like that, they're not aware of it. YT people are not aware of it because they have privilege, right? These systems aren't built to oppress them. And I'm like, are you kidding? When they put policy in place, they implement these things, right? Like that affect us, that keep us oppressed, that keep us in the positions that we're in. They know exactly what they're doing. To go into it thinking that they don't is dangerous. Like we have to understand that this is just what it is. Even if you meet a nice YT individual, it's still not somebody that has unpacked, what's going on within them. It's still somebody that is complicit in watching you be oppressed. Watching it. I had friends stand next to me when I've had older YT people in my area, right? Their parents use a microaggression, say something ignorant, and nobody says a word about it. They just ignore it. They don't say a thing about it. I was recently at just hanging out with somebody that I had known growing up. They're having a baby, and I'm close to their family, kind of. I say that, kind of. I know them, but one of their people that they knew, they invited. This is a YT woman who's married to a YT man. They adopted 2 Black girls. And I knew them growing up, and I always stayed close to them, right? Always stayed close to them. Like growing up, I just felt like I needed to. And we're sitting there, we're all just talking, whatever. I just, showed up a little bit or for a little while to support the woman who was having a baby. And this YT woman says as a joke, well, this is why I adopted Black children, so they can do the things that I want them to do. As in like do things for them, right? Like when she said that, I went off. I didn't hold back. I went off. I didn't give a damn. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care that this is ruining the night. I don't give a damn. I don't care about your feelings. I'm never going to care about your feelings. But this is why, like, we have to stop thinking or going into these situations thinking or assuming that, oh, well, they just feel like this, or they don't really realize what's going on. They benefit from their privilege, and that's why they can't see it. No, they know exactly what it is that they are doing. They know. Growing up in a predominantly YT area will mess you up mentally. There's so many things that I look back on. Like I feel like I should start writing about it or something. I don't know, but it just will really, really mess you up mentally because they know exactly what it is that they're doing. When they say things to you like, oh, I thought you were going to be loud, or I thought, the microaggressions, whatever. And then you end up, what do you end up doing? You end up switching up and becoming calm. It's a form of control, right? To get you to do what they want, to get you docile in their presence. Yes, exactly. You speak so well. Oh, wow. I thought you were going to be loud, and I thought you were going to be this. Oh, why are you on the swim team? You're a swimmer. I thought Black people didn't swim. Like all of those types of things. I'll end there because I could go on for days and days, but.
Yeah.
Those were stereotypes.
Yes, we know. Michael, hold on.
Hello, everybody. How you doing today?
All right, so you're just going to talk. Give us your age, race, and pronouns, please, Michael.
I don't do that pronoun stuff. I'm 38. I am indigenous to these lands. I don't go by black.
They. Give me one of them. Choose one of them. He, she, or they.
I am a man. I am he.
All right. And I didn't ask your gender, but you gave it to me anyway. So appreciate you. Go ahead and talk to us.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what everybody was talking about. I was listening. I had to jump out for a few minutes, but I'm back. But I understand where you're coming from. I grew up in a predominantly white or Hispanic background area, and back home in Cali, I'm from California. I'm from Oxnard, Ventura County, outside of LA. But predominantly in that area where I grew up at, after the 80s, pretty much the Hispanics, especially my like little area I grew up in, they all got they ran out anybody, you know, that wasn't Mexican, except for like my family and maybe like 4 or 5 other you know, people of our color, of us, you know. Everybody
Are
else was
you
just Mexican.
Hispanic?
Huh?
Are you Hispanic?
No, I have Hispanics in my family though. So
Okay.
my family is multicultural, and
Mhm.
for that reason, you know, I'm
You're
actually even going
indigenous.
ahead and talk. I'm sorry.
You're indigenous.
Yes, I am
That's
indigenous to these
what's up.
lands. I have the
When you say
paperwork and everything
to
showing
this
I'm here
land,
to
it
this
makes
land.
me think that you're really black and you don't want to be black and you don't want to be African. So do you
I'm
mean
not.
you are indigenous to this land? Don't play with me up here.
No,
Don't play
I
with me
swear.
up
I
here.
swear to God, I got all the paperwork. I got
All
DNA,
right.
everything showing that my people were here.
There's no such. I don't know about DNA, but all right, you indigenous, cool. So go ahead.
And he's black. He said his people was here before this.
Yeah, my people were here already.
Yeah,
I
he's
got
saying
People
he's
was here
black, but
before the
he's claiming to be
slaves.
indigenous to this
Why would
land.
you say that if you was indigenous? See, that's what I'm saying. Certain things you saying is giving away that you have an African phenotype and you're trying to prove something
oh,
right now.
I have an African phenotype. I'm not. That's no
Okay, so you African.
definition. But
You just
still,
don't want to
the
be.
fact
You
of the
don't
matter
want to be
is,
black.
I have my.
We ain't doing that with y'all. We not doing it. I don't got the patience today, y'all. I don't have the patience.
It's very black man. Like what?
I don't have because y'all don't exist in real life. Where are y'all in real life? When I go play basketball at the gym, in the barber shop, where are these black non-black men at? I don't be seeing y'all in real
I've
life. Y'all
never
a bunch
met
of
him.
computer nerds,
Never
googling
met him.
shit. You don't get out much, and that's how you get to be something you just want to be. You just up here lying, looking up what do they call them? Not myths. Conspiracy theories
Conspiracy
on the
theories.
internet. Come on, man. Yeah,
Yeah,
come on,
it's
man.
insane. Like I was on a panel with them one day and I had the worst headache, migraine of my life. I kid you not, but it's insane. Um, but I wanted to say
It's
that
crazy.
it's crazy. I grew up in like a very, very diverse town. I'm in Texas, so Texas is one of the most diverse like states in the world. I mean, in the U.S. But my town, I'm from the country, so imagine the racism, I had to go through. It was extremely conservative. They were holding Trump rallies. I don't even know, but growing up, I noticed, the first time I ever went through racism was when I was in second grade, and I tell people this. I was on a panel trying to explain to certain YT people that systemic racism works in a way you would never think. I was in second grade. First time I experienced that was in art class. So what happened was my art teacher would always make us color our Santa Claus or our peoples, like when you have people and you color them, whatever. She would say you have to color it with a white tea crayon or you have to color it with a peach or a pink one. So me, I'm confused. I'm like, what? That's not my skin though. Like I'm brown. So I would get my little brown crayon and I would start coloring because over the little pink because I wanted my person and my Santa Claus to look like me. But that was wrong. She ultimately tried to fail me because I did it so many times. She finally got fed up, went over there to my desk, put her hand on my desk real hard, smacked it on my desk. And she's like, next time you do this, you're going to get a paddle and you're going to get an F because I told you, you have to color it pink or white. And I was like, what? So I ended up telling my mom. She didn't even know this stuff was happening. She never contacted my mom why my grades were dropping in art. So fast forward, I tell my mom and she comes and they have a talk and everything. And they find out that this lady was one of the most racist YT ladies. She was it was like I said, a very diverse town, but we did have a good population of Black people to where they have Black teachers and things like that. No one knew this was going on because second graders don't really know how to speak up about this. So she ended up being one of the teachers who would deliberately give all the Black kids lower grades and things like that. So they did an investigation. It turns out she was just disgusting. Like she purposely did that to give the Black people in the class
lower grades. And I'm saying that to say that it's deeper than these people think. I'm sure they know, like Black Swan said, they are very aware that they're doing this. But it was so crazy because I've been going through this my entire life. I've always been the smartest kid in the class, or I've been in like the AP classes, and my teachers were trying to deliberately give me these bad grades, and it didn't stop with her. It kept happening and it kept happening because they noticed, like, oh, this is a smart Black girl, we don't want her to excel. So I would like go after school, before school, to get help. And when I tell you, these teachers were giving me wrong answers to tests, wrong answers to the homework and quizzes and things like that, and I will always speak on it, because one thing about me, I'm not like, I wasn't a stupid child. I knew what was going on. And I started calling them out for their bullshit, started yelling racism. And when I tell you they tried to flip it back, no, you're racist for saying that. I'm like, so I became the enemy of the town. Most YT people back in my hometown know me as, oh, that's the racist Black girl, because I speak on things like that, and I never held my tongue. Yeah, but it's deeper than most people would even think. Things like that will make you just think that it happens all the time.
Where in Texas you talking about?
I'm in Houston now, but I grew up like in a very small town of 5,000, 2 hours outside of Houston, Southeast Texas.
So where is it? Southeast Texas?
Mm-hmm.
Their education system
I
out
was
there
listening.
is.
I was listening to what you were saying. It made me laugh because I don't know why you kept saying diverse. We ain't got no diverse, but I'm about an hour away from Houston, so I already know.
Wait,
like
what?
my child experienced that already. Like it's a real thing. And
What town? If you don't mind me asking.
do you know where Texas A&M at?
College Station.
There you go.
But no, that's on the other side. I'm closer to Louisiana.
You're the opposite side. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on the
You're
opposite side.
But surrounding that area, like surrounding Houston, just go look up any of the cities surrounding Houston. You'll see what I'm talking about.
Yeah. It is diverse. So my town, it was about like 35% YT people, and then the rest
I'm
of the
about to say,
races.
it's only diverse when there's white folks there. You ever notice that?
Yeah, that's very
Nobody
true.
ever say the hood is diverse. They always say it's diverse when there's white folks around.
That's true.
I did notice that. Yeah.
I'll say
Yeah,
this:
somebody
when
said
you
Beaumont. Yes, it's right outside of Beaumont. I'm from Silsbee, but Beaumont, I've been to Beaumont too. Beaumont, that area is actually it's equal in the amount of YT people and Black people, and it's starting to become more Black people in those areas. That's why I said that.
I'll say this
All right.
real quick. Anybody that has their children in the public school situation or system, right? If your children are going to public school and you are a Black parent, you need to be involved. They're not going to go. I work in it. I'm not going to say too much because I blocked all my coworkers on this app, but you never know. But you have to be involved. They're not going to go out of their way for your children the way that they do for the children that look like them, especially if the administration or yes, I blocked them, or the teachers do not look like them. You have to be involved as a parent. I'm telling you from the inside. I cannot tell you how many times a day or a week, a month, a year, I'm pulling Black parents aside when I see them. You need to ask for an evaluation for your child. You need to come in and say this. You need to ask for a conference. You need to ask about an IEP. You need to ask about this, that, and the third. I'm always putting families on. There are not a lot of people in my area that look like me in the education system, which is so problematic. I urge every single Black parent with Black children in the system, you have to be involved. You got to be on top of them. If you got to threaten going to the school board or the superintendent, you have to do it. You have to if your children are in the public school system. We all know about the school to prison pipeline. And, I'm only given a temporary solution because the whole entire system needs to be dismantled and revamped. But as long as you have children in the public school system right now, you have got to be involved. You've got to be paying attention to what's going on in their educational journey.
I think I read somewhere that 1 in 3 Black people are homeschooling right now ever since 2020. Like the amount of Black people homeschooling has skyrocketed. I hope that's the case, but some of y'all still don't know how to raise your children. Cause I hope my cousin ain't here, but some appreciate you, me, myself, and I. But Some of y'all raising y'all children to be little introverts, little brats. It's kind of weird. I'm gonna be honest. I may be just speaking out of anecdote with this, but you know what I'm saying? We don't, a lot of us don't know how to raise children. You know, we'll talk about that another time. That might be a conversation just for black folks. We know how to make sure children, you know, we know how to, I don't know
Obey.
how to explain this.
Make sure children obey.
You know what I'm saying? Right. We know how
Hmm.
to make sure they obey. We know how to make sure they eat good. They got the roof above their head. They got clean clothes. They taking showers. You know what I'm saying? Brushing their teeth. You know, going to school, getting them good grades. But we raise our children to obey. Exactly. We're not teaching them how to navigate life on their own. So when they turn 18, then we like, oh, did my job. I'm done. And now they out there and they don't know what to do except listen to somebody else. Um, but let's move on. Appreciate you, me, myself, and I, for the gifts. Thanks for helping me get the gift goal. Y'all been slacking on the likes, man. We got way too many people. We got way too many people in here to be slacking on the likes like this. Y'all are playing right now. Leisha, I need you to get them together. Like, I don't know what's going on. We should have been at like 100K likes. We've been up here for hours now. All right, appreciate you, Leisha. Thank y'all for the gifts. All right, we're going to the next guest. Danny in the Lion, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
My age, I'm 29. I don't do the pronoun thing either. But and I guess race white, but
He, she, they, choose one.
she.
All right, talk to us.
So no, I was just scrolling and the top question kind of just caught my attention about interracial relationships being harmful to the Black community. And I just kind of wanted to know, like, for those of you who would think that it was, why would you think that? And just to give you like a little context into like the background of the question, I'm not married to a Black man, but I am married to, a Hispanic
We
man.
didn't ask you all that, Danny.
No, I just want to
Um,
give some background context
I
as to
know
why
that
my
usually
question.
not a good idea. But
No,
why do you want to know the answer to the question as a
because the
non-black
context of my
person?
background, because I'm married to a Hispanic man, and I feel like the question in general of not allowing two races to marry is like going backwards. Like that used to be illegal, so
And
why
who
would
made
that?
it legal?
Huh?
Who made it legal?
No, I said it used to be illegal.
I know, and who made it legal?
I don't know who made it legal. It
Yeah,
used
yeah.
to be
What race
illegal.
of people decided to make the people that they kidnapped and brought to this land? Who decided to make it legal for them to come into the communities of the people that they kidnapped? Who made that legal? Who made the choice? Who said, you know what? You know that woman that I brought into my bathroom? I kidnapped her from her home, brought her into my bathroom, chained her up to the toilet, and now she can't do anything unless I tell her she can do it. You know what? I love her now. Let's go. I'm not gonna take the chains off her. I'm not gonna fix her environment. I'm not gonna do anything to help her, but it is legal for me to love her now. Who came up with that?
So my question is, in 2023, why would
You
we
didn't answer
not?
my question.
Well, you didn't answer my initial question.
What community came up with that?
Doesn't matter. The question is, why
Who
would you say in
said, let's
Because it
2023?
put this
pertains
in
to your
writing
question.
and make this legal?
So in 2023, why would you
Is it the
say
same
it's
people that
harmful?
make laws that harm the black community in all these other ways? Are you telling me this is the one way where they decided I'm not going to do something harmful with my laws now. I'm going to do something that's going to change. It's going to revolutionize and just make everyone happy. It's going to make me happy. We're not going to fix your situations. We're still going to tear your homes apart. We're not going to make sure disenfranchisement is still going. We're going to make sure medical racism is still going. We're going to make sure that you all can't get no jobs. We're going to make sure you cannot buy houses in our neighborhoods. But we can love you. Oh, she gone. Yeah, she ready.
Since you was reading her rights like that, I just have a question because I'm not. You dropped one of the mods did, but when they do that and you reading them like that, do you still want them to be gone?
Oh yeah, they can go. Hey man, it's up to y'all. I mean, me, myself, and I sent the pause through, and I told the moderators about that. You know, me, myself, and I. She. We need the verification of a brother or sister before we knock someone off. But me, myself, and I has agreed to those terms, and I'm sure she knows. Um, but the verification would have been uh, the sister, the moderator, whoever did that. But thank you for the Panther pause, me, myself, and I. As well. Oh, she sent 4. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, I mean, that's respectful. You know what I'm saying? As long as all my moderators are black, so if someone gets kicked, then a black person did it. You know what I'm saying? But me, myself, and I has been supporting
More in
the
the regards of,
platform.
did you want a response or not?
No, oh no,
Oh.
I don't ever want a response from them. I'm here to enlighten y'all with some narratives and watching us dispel some of these narratives. When I'm talking, that's why they be thinking it's a conversation, but I just be talking to y'all in here in the phone, like I'm talking to the brothers and sisters through the person that brought up something that made me. I'm a conversationalist, so I can't just sit here and just give y'all my thoughts. You know what I'm saying? Somebody got to come up here, spark a thought, and now I'm able to share with y'all how we handle situations like that. When they come up here and they want to know what's harmful to the black community, yet they are not black, their significant other isn't even black. Not saying that would change anything, but why do you? If we say it's harmful, it's harmful. That should be all that matters to you because you got no skin in the game. Like, what are you doing? Like, why do you care? Why do you care? Are you about to sit up here and tell us what's harmful for our community? That's part of the problem in the first place. Is that you going to tell black people what's harmful for their community or not?
That's what girl earlier, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Not her in the comments still popping ish. Like you came in this room and on the stage because you were scrolling in the hallway and saw a sentence that made you feel guilty. You felt hit and you want a group of black people to tell you that you're not the problem. Well, you found the wrong group of black people today.
Yeah, she definitely did.
Hello?
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's not to everyone else. That interracial relationship is not something that was consensual for us, and making it legal was also not consensual for us. It wasn't our ancestors marching up and down the street talking about they wanted to marry Becky. It wasn't our ancestors marching up and down the street saying they wanted Ken. Well, that wasn't happening. They decided to not improve none of the conditions of our neighborhood, but decided it was in our best interest to have a little mayonnaise in the raisin salad. You know what I'm saying? Put some mayonnaise in the raisin salad. Put some you know what I'm saying? Put some potatoes in the raisin salad. That's all they want to do. Let's go to the next guest. Patrick 101. Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
Yeah, thank you, brother. I'm actually a guest from Philippines, and I'm listening to your program. I actually lived in America for 10 years. I got married to a black American, and we have a son of 20 years old. I'm 47. Well,
Okay.
your topic actually is very, very, very crucial and interesting. I will suggest that, like the last caller that called, I think you should be mild on them because they're so ignorant. Like me too, I was ignorant too. I'm married to an Asian, and I don't find it difficult with the Asian culture, though. Um, Sometimes you just do things without even knowing the consequences, you know. But all the same,
Everybody in the comments is real confused. What's your race, Patrick?
yeah, I'm from Nigeria.
Oh, okay. So you're a black man?
Yeah, I'm a black man,
Okay,
a
cool.
hardcore Igbo man.
All right. Shout out to the Igbo brothers and sisters.
Thank you,
Absolutely.
brother. Thank you, brother. So, your awareness is really, really important because we need to teach our new generation, this upcoming generation, to do the right thing. Because sometimes you don't know when you fall into traps, and you think you're going to escape it. It's not that easy. Interracial thing is very, very difficult because of different cultures, a different mindset, different government, but governing it. The whole thing is so crazy. Sometimes I would just wonder why we just fall into traps like this. But all the same, I just want to encourage you to do more. Create more awareness, and all our sisters here too. And I want the black community. My problem with Africans, we hate each other. Like where I come from, we are so racist to each other. I won't lie to you. If they say there's only racism in America, I've lived there for 10 years.
Now got xenophobia and anti-blackness. Please don't
Yeah, I
say no
know.
black people are
Except
racist.
he got a different view of how that worked.
Yeah,
So I understand what you're saying, Patrick. We don't call that racism when it's the same
no,
race.
no, it is because where I come from in Nigeria, they have the Yorubas, they have the Igbos, they have
Yeah,
the
we call that
Hausas.
tribalism.
The
So
tribalism still
yeah,
is racism because most times you look for something and the next man who is the next tribe man would want to give it to you because you're not from his tribe.
yeah,
So
I
I
know
call
what you
that
mean.
racism. It's not good.
Yeah, I know what you mean. We just don't call it. That's not how we call it. But I know exactly what you mean. It's. Go ahead, keep going, family.
Yeah, so what I'm just trying to put in there is that we black people all over the world, we should come together. We should put things in our own power to control what we have. Because I see it's so difficult that what we experience overseas, even out in our own home, is somehow sometimes I think about it, I go mad. It's not good. The way black people are getting treated all over the world is not fair. We are the originals of this earth. But because of our forefathers in Africa, they fucked up, taking our brothers out there, selling them for mirrors and bottles and gunpowder. And look at the
Yeah,
consequences today in our generation now. Everyone is hating each other, even amongst us. So it's not fair. I cry sometimes. I feel sad when all these things happen. It's not really, really good. And we should try to educate ourselves when it comes to cultures and tribes and different backgrounds, so that we can know that this there are consequences when you go into things like that, so you don't have anyone
yeah.
to blame. Because like,
All right,
like that
real
that
quick.
last sister that called, yeah, that last sister that called, now she was trying to figure out a point, but she's just so confused.
I know.
Probably
All
she
right,
might be
Patrick,
having
Patrick,
problem or
Patrick, Patrick,
something.
Patrick. I gotta cut you off. Listen, white folks are
Yeah,
sending you gifts now. Um, we don't have to hold black people accountable for racism. I understand. I understand that
yeah,
anywhere that there are two different cultures, that there's going to be discourse, there's going to be division, and there's
yeah.
going to be fighting. We
True,
understand that. That is
true,
not racism.
true, very
Fighting and
true.
disagreeing in tribalism is not racism, because racism operates as a systemic system of oppression where whiteness is deemed superior and all other races inferior. Specifically, black people seen at the bottom of that caste system. So racism
Very,
is a caste system of oppression. If the Igbo and the Ashanti and the Igbo and the uh what's Yoruba, or if y'all are at odds because of cultural differences, then that's one thing, but that's not racism, because ain't no white folks in that. Well, whiteness is considered the privileged class in racism. So if it's just us fighting at the bottom with each other, of course that's part of the problem. But I didn't what the reason I don't give a damn about what's going on with the frosted female that came up here is because my live is for brothers and sisters. I don't make this live for them. They're welcome to come up here and speak as anti-racist. I will hold them accountable for any privilege or entitlement that they begin to spew. And the brothers and sisters in here know we got the Five Panther Paw rule. So if anyone gets triggered, they can get kicked. But that being the case, I'm not here to educate her. My
yeah,
people, as African Americans, the difference between us is, I always say, brothers and sisters on the continent, you have a lot to teach Africans off of the continent. The
very
diaspora
true.
has a
I
lot
agree.
to learn
I
from your
agree.
knowledge of
I agree,
culture
brother.
and history. Oh
I
my
agree.
goodness. What you have to learn from us in the diaspora is how the oppressor operates, because they couldn't tie their shoes, raise their children, or even feed their young without us. We built their civilizations. We know how they
Very
work,
true.
and we know how they look at us black people because
Very
we're
true.
here with them. So that's the cultural exchange that we need to have. And that's why I know as an African American, ain't no teaching Becky. Ain't no teaching her. It is no it, and I wish there was a way. We had Martin Luther King, we had Stevie Wonder, we had look at him. He tried to teach her to be Coretta Scott King. He was like, man, come on, be Michelle Obama. They don't learn. They don't, because you have to understand there's two-sided trauma from slavery. Two-sided trauma. If I pow a man, right? I pow him. Both of us have trauma. Not just him.
Yeah, very
He
true.
received the bullet, but we both have trauma. How is
Very
that?
true.
Because
Very true.
I
I
have
agree.
normalized powing someone. I am numb to using it. And he now is going to be traumatized from being hit. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
slavery was like powering someone. So we were hit by slavery, and institution of slavery and racism. However, they they don't feel they don't have empathy for us like we have for each other. They don't look at us immediately as human. They have to rewire their thinking to even look at us the way they look at themselves. So
Very
and
true.
I would say they can't even get that far. But and even some black people have a hard time looking at other black people as human.
Very true. Very correct.
It's part of the
I get
numbness.
that a lot.
Did y'all see
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
video where there was a TikToker, a social media influencer, and she stabbed, I don't know if I can say that, and unalived her black boyfriend? She was a white T female. This was
Oh
this
yeah.
year.
Nightmare. Yeah.
Yes, and they went back to and now I'm not justifying it at all. That was horrible. No one deserves to be unalive. But they went to his Twitter, and you know how they look up tweets and all that. They do that for a lot of people who get in that position. And he was basically
Yeah.
another one of those, and he was like, "Yeah, black women are this. This is why I don't date them," and blah blah blah. So people, the black women on there, they were like, "Yeah, we don't support it. So you want us to come to his rescue, and blah blah blah." This. No, I'm not justifying it, but it was just
See,
crazy
that's when
how
it gets crazy.
Take
it
it a
was
step
just
further
crazy.
though. So when
Yeah.
it initially happened, me and Tia were on Clubhouse. It's crazy because even his cousin had xenophobia, and they were calling black people that a cot word. I'm not even gonna say it, but it's very
Yeah.
interesting that his family after he passed was asking black Americans, "We need y'all to stand with us. We need y'all to fight with us." And that's when you heard people being like, "Oh no, y'all on y'all own." And when I
Mhm.
say on this particular case, black people really did like deuce out on him.
Mhm.
But she's just starting to go to trial. Y'all see that?
Dang.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Dang. I don't know. Dang. But see, yeah. So the consequences of trying to love your oppressor in the midst of your oppression, the consequences of Stockholm syndrome, we ain't gonna have your back. We not marching in the streets for you. And that's what I'm saying about Jonathan Majors too. We ain't doing that. Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, we ain't doing that. Um, you know, yeah, we can't be doing that. But okay, Patrick, did you want to answer the questions? We got someone else up behind you. If not, I'll just go to the next guest.
That's okay. I'll just if I have anything, I'll come up with it.
Okay, peace, family. Thank you.
Thank you, bro. Yeah.
All right, Rose Smith, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Yes, I'm Black American. I am 21 years old and I identify as he and she and her.
All right, appreciate you. Talk to us. Talk to us, sister.
Here it is. Oh, okay. So the first question, I wanted to answer it and say that I think that Blacks, African Americans, they can date outside their race as long as it's not like how you guys were describing it earlier with that one black guy who was bashing the black woman and he died, and now, like, wants the family is trying to get money from the black community and all that. Like, if you're dating outside your race, it's your personal, like, it's who you love. Like, if you love that person, if you want to be with that person, I don't see any harm in it. Like, it also depends, like, where you're located. Like, you may be in a place where you're like the only black person and it's all white people. Like, how do you expect someone to find a black person in, like, predominantly, like, white area? The second question, interracial preference, a fetish. It can be. I do see people who, like, try to make it a fetish. I think I see it more in with the black males. I hear it in the songs. I hear it in the music. Like, growing up in America, the songs were like, I want a white woman. I want, like, there were songs. It was in the culture. Black folks can be pro-black. I think non-black people can definitely be pro-black. Black white culture, peaceful coexist. The last question, I think it can, but I don't think it's gonna be like anytime, like, in this year, in this, like, time. I think like 30 years, maybe even hundreds of years. I think the culture is so wild right now. I don't know, it's gonna be peaceful. That's just my take.
Well,
Next one I want to go.
If
go ahead, talk.
she don't end up getting kicked. Um Rose, the first question was, are interracial relationships harmful to the black community? You didn't even answer the first question. The second question, you said they tried to make it a fetish. I mean, all of the responses that you gave to these questions really just were wrong. 100% wrong. Like, I would say expelled, but I guess what makes you feel as though these things could be okay or it's not a fetish? Like, you there?
Hello?
Hold
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, first of all, when you have a fetish for something, it's like, how do I explain it? It's like when you want someone for, like, a specific reason, like a black person wanting a white woman just to show off, like, for his friends, or, like, you could tell when someone has a fetish for, like, a race. Like, they don't even like the person. They don't even like the woman they're with. They just have her as, like, a trophy almost. Um, I was gonna read the question, but the creator, I think he paused it. But
I'm
okay,
listening.
okay, I was trying to read, but the thing went away.
All right, which one?
I think she's talking about a fetish, right? A
All right,
preference of
is racial
Yeah,
preference a fetish?
yeah.
So
I think it can be one, but if as long as you don't, it can be a fetish, but it's good if it's not a fetish. Is what I'm trying to
but
say.
so if
But it's
someone
good.
who says, I only prefer this person or these type of people based on the color of their skin, that is 100% a fetish. It's not a
Yes,
preference.
that is.
Yeah. So
What are black?
When
So
is it
that
not a fetish?
that I didn't say. I'm sorry, but I didn't say that wanting to picking someone because of their color was not a fetish. That is a fetish. I never said that wanting to be with a specific group for a specific reason is not a fetish. That 100% is a fetish.
What are blacks specifically? What are blacks?
The definition, or like,
You
Them things
said
Kodak Black be smoking.
okay, so when I say black, So I am Nigerian American. When I say blacks, I just mean like people.
Hey, shout out to y'all for the 5 pence Somebody
Listen,
said she dates white.
The Pacific Ocean is in turmoil today because the number of times I done heard Pacifically,
Yes.
like
Blacks
specifically.
specifically. That was the first red flag. I read her bio
Typically.
and that was interesting. Her bio, I mean, alluded to her being Christian, and that's another conversation, but it's like she came in on the defense when she responded to the first question. Other than her saying blacks instead of black people, like that was problematic. But the way that she responded to this question, she was on the defense already. So from then on, it was kind of like, okay, like, so why are you to me? I took that, and maybe I was wrong or heard something different, but I took that as her coming up here to defend interracial relationships, and that's the same thing. Those are the same type of responses that we had heard earlier on Librarians Live when we were having this conversation. And it's so bizarre to me when they come up on the panel and they defend interracial relationships. They're defending these YT people who will not do the same for them, who continue to remain complicit in watching you remain oppressed. Like, it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that was a lot. That was heavy mayonnaise. Like there was almost no meat in that sandwich.
Brother,
So
I have a question or a challenge for you. Do a
okay.
room on the rejects. Because the community rejects are the ones I keep hearing, I'm gonna say this to the black women. I keep hearing the black women say that they're not being chosen. And even what she just used that dynamic, well, what if you're not around any black people? Girl, let me tell you something. I don't give a damn where I moved. And I was in Austin, Texas. This is the capital of Texas. One of the Watts places you can be. And I find my people. It's really a lot of y'all are making excuses for why you're being around or putting yourself in proximity to people you really want to be. But we need to do a room on the because it's always the people that saying they're not getting picked. If you're not getting picked and you pick a non-black person, that speaks a lot more to you than just who you're choosing. Because you're not getting what you really want. You're just settling. Y'all need to be honest and say you settling for the rejects of the other community because you ain't getting the best of them. Just say that.
That part. I hate when people, especially as somebody who went to a PWI, I hate when people will be like, well, there was none of us around, so who was I going to date? Or they'll be like, I was like an exec at a company, and I was the only black person there, so I was only ever around non-black people, so who was I going to date? There is when you are intentional about who you partner with, who you're friends with, whatever else, there is no place on earth you could be placed and you can be like the universe is forcing you to date outside your race. If that's not what you want to do, you're not going to do it.
I have a question.
All right, talk to us, Freedom.
Yes, brother. Thank
Yeah,
you, brother.
that's not freedom.
Yes, brother. But the question I'm asking is very simple.
Oh, my bad. I thought that was Freedom talking. My
Oh,
bad.
nah,
My
nah,
bad.
nah, nah. Feeder right here. First, I just want to say peace and blessings to everybody on the panel, man. Definitely been listening in and enjoying the dialogue. Maybe except for our sister Rose, who was up there. I just felt like she had a fist on the profile picture because she might have been too light to pass the brown bag test. But one of the things that I wanted to speak on when they was talking about interracial dating and relationships as far as being a fetish, one of the things that I think people forget about is the fact that it's a political statement. You know, when brothers and sisters choose to go and make relationships with people outside of our community, oftentimes it's done so as a political statement. You know what I mean? We have issues where brothers do it as a status symbol. That was going on. Sisters doing it as a status symbol because they feel like, they get more, they have access to more. We got to remember that races is, and I study sociology. So in sociology, we call it a system of social stratification. And what social stratification is where you divide people into groups based on their relative access to power, property, and prestige. So we know that a lot of people who move up or think that they moving up in the social class ladder of the white man's society is doing so, and they go and get them the white woman, or the sisters who feel like they moving up, they feel like they too good for the brothers, they go and get them a white man. But it's always a political statement. It's never just out of love. You know what I mean? And I see so many of these situations happen where people get together. Like, I got a cousin, he got a baby by, you know what I mean, a mayonnaise girl, and they got into an argument one night, and she was calling him and everything that the ancestors was rolling over in their graves about. You know what I mean? And those kind of things come out in those situations, but the people who are in those relationships often don't even speak of it. They don't even speak up and say, okay, well, yeah, when we get into an argument, he calls me the N word, or she calls me the N word, or, whatever other racial epithets that they do, but it actually happens in real life, and I have seen it. These are
That's
also
what
be the
Halle Berry
same
talking
ones who
about
True
right here.
indeed, brother. True indeed.
Mm-hmm.
And these be the same ones who also, when they get into these arguments and disputes and confrontations, then, they utilize the police against you. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? They utilize, see, they well aware of the fact that they well aware of our status in this country. And so anytime that they have a grievance against you, what they're gonna do is they're gonna use your status against you. That's why they'll call the cops. That's why they'll, call your job and come up to your job and in general just make life hard for you being a brother. You know what I mean? Because they know that the system works to their advantage in that way. But at the same
Mm-hmm.
time, we have to smarten up and realize that the system is being utilized against us, even by those we choose to take into our bed. But at the end of the day, it's like, what do you see when you look in the mirror? When you look at yourself in the mirror, what do you see is ultimately what it boils down to. I don't want a
Mm-hmm.
woman that's different than my mother. You know what I mean? I don't want a
Mm-hmm.
woman that's different than my grandmother, in terms of, not just in terms of appearance, but also in terms of the background that you come from, in terms of what are we going to teach our children? If the whole thing
Mm-hmm.
of getting into relationships and marriage is to build a family and to build a legacy together, like, what am I going to teach my children when we going in and doing research on our roots and our family tree, and we have to go in and say, well, our ancestors were enslaved, you know what I mean, but at the same time your mother's ancestor was the ones who was doing the enslaving.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's a whole thing. And, I think that a lot of our elders kind of have a sensical approach about it. And I just say that because I know, like, the cousin that I had that, had a baby by a mayonnaise girl or whatever, my grandmother, she always used to call the baby a zebra. It used to be like, yo, Grams, that's kind of harsh. But then she's like, well, the world is harsh. And that's what you're going to have to deal with when you go out into the world, especially being one of them. You know what I mean? Being one of us, we know what we deal with, and we can teach our children how to navigate through this society to the best of our ability. But then, to put a child in that kind of situation where they're going to be confused, they're going to be twisted, their views are going to be distorted a lot of times, simply because shit, like, they don't know what side of the fence they fall on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's facts. Hey man, you ain't said nothing but a word. I ain't mad at that. That's facts.
Peace,
And
peace. I'm
and, and the
following.
funny.
I'm following y'all too, bro. I've been following your page for a long time. I just
Yes,
want to
sir.
say, bro, like, you be dropping that dope content. Every time I see
Thank
Brother
you.
Legend on one of the videos come up, I know it's going to be official. I done pulled over on the side of the road while I was driving. Because when the videos came on and you was dropping some science on there, I had to pay attention to. So it's definitely
Yeah.
real. I'm gonna go ahead and give each of y'all on the panel a follow as well. You know what I mean? Give me a follow. I'm trying to build myself up on this app too. But man, peace and
Absolutely.
blessings to all y'all, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. One love, man. Appreciate
One
you.
love.
All right. Yeah, that's one thing, man. It's crazy how they duped us into believing that, when we were talking black love and black power, they duped us into believing that the current power structure would assimilate us and allow us in a power structure that we were supposedly denied access to, which is funny when you think about it, because when did white T folks ever deny? When did white T folks ever not mingle with us? You know what I'm saying? It was just non-consensual for hundreds of years, many decades, and then all of a sudden, so what I'm trying to say is it is only just assimilation into the power structure. It's black folks wanting to be in a legally recognized or a recognized by the status quo relationship with their thin-lipped counterparts, as opposed to actually being able to be with them, because we can see all throughout American history they was with us. We just didn't want to be with them back, and they pulled quite a wool over our eyes in tricking us into what I call Stockholm syndrome, because they ain't do nothing to make our neighborhoods better. They ain't do nothing to make our families stronger. They ain't do nothing to make sure we getting resources and provisions for our people. They ain't do nothing to take away the second class citizenship that we live under, and make sure that we can be able to move into homes and go through our life safely. But yet they'll tell you that they gave you Loving versus Virginia, the law that made it legal for us to marry each other. I'm trying not to use the terms, you know what I'm saying, brothers and sisters and the non-brothers and sisters marrying each other. They trying to tell you that's for your best interest. That's something that's good for y'all. We did that for y'all. Even though we ain't never protest for it. We ain't never go out and try to march for our right to do it. It was actually done, it was actually passed because a white T man wanted to do it with a sister. But, then a bunch of white T men said it was okay. And so, that's just something interesting. But thank y'all for tapping like and getting us to 75K. We got Rose back up here to defend her honor. Go ahead, Rose, talk to us.
Oh, you let her go there. If y'all want to get back up, there should be a fee.
It should be a fee. It should.
Okay, I was a little nervous in the beginning, but what about you makes you think that I'm white? You said something about she may not be able to pass the paper brown test. Her profile picture is this, but she's probably white. I am in my TikTok. I have a video of myself on my TikTok.
It wasn't your physical, it's your mental.
Right. Or it wasn't necessarily a physical appearance. That was just, me being jestful or joking a little bit. But you know what I mean? Like some of your attitudes and positions on certain things that you spoke on kind of sounded like, for one thing, I noticed that whenever somebody used the term blacks, like when you was talking about black people, you was like the blacks, and it was them. And it was always something like in my mind that was like a disassociation. You know what I mean? And I will apologize if I put something on you that's not true. You know what I mean? Because I do have a responsibility to do my best to be truthful and to be honest on these platforms or whatever.
I'm gonna cut
But
you off. The hell you do about that? Everything she said was so whitewashed. Look, you ain't whitewashed.
it really was. I ain't gonna lie. I'm just trying to be nice about it, but it really was.
Listen, hold on, let me say this. You not whitewashed, you got drowned. I mean, your whole head and body got engulfed in the whiteness, because it is very interesting, the whole dynamic in which you spoke. And then you're going to say, well, I'm Nigerian. Baby, so are some of my friends and family. And they still don't talk like you.
Okay, I don't know what it is, but I'm even in Nigeria right now. Like I would turn on my camera, but we have no power for some reason. But I said the
I
word
seen that.
blacks.
Prayers up to the brothers.
Well, how you on your phone?
I did see that,
Y'all have
man.
Wi-Fi here?
Yeah, y'all ain't got
I
no
have
electricity.
data.
Nah, they don't got no
Okay.
electricity right now. I
No,
seen it
we
turn the
have our
power out.
turn. I could show you right now where I'm at. We have no power. I'm in the village. I'm just here to visit my grandma. That's it. Like, but I'm just
No,
trying
that's
to say
cool. So
that.
tell us about Nigeria. It's just like what's going on? I've never been to
No,
Nigeria
brother, no.
before. Like, tell
Well,
us a
it's
little
Hold
bit
really
on.
about
nice right
Nigeria and
now.
whatnot.
I'm trying to put on my camera so I could show where I'm at. It's like 3 a.m.
She can't put
I
on
don't
her
have
camera.
a
She don't got
phone.
enough.
Oh, I can't?
No, you
Okay.
can't.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
But back
right now it's
to
like 3. Um, like there's some people do church service. Like everywhere is like close. Like the
Mm,
church
mm,
is
mm.
literally like you can
Them
walk to
missionaries
it.
got y'all twisted around. That's what we really. That's what we're really
There,
speaking to.
don't let
there's no
people
white folks here. There's no
hold on, wait,
missionaries.
hold
There's
on,
no.
Rose. One second. Don't ever let people segue away from the points. Because that's dangerous. Like, okay, you came back up to speak about you black. Okay, we know you black, but nothing in regards to what you responded to these questions was black. So
No,
tell
okay.
me,
I was trying to say
uh-huh.
yes. I have a cousin. He just wedded. He married a Asian woman. But I don't blame him because as Nigerians, they send you off to different countries to school sometimes. So he's schooled over there. So I'm not surprised he's like 30 something. He married. He's been school focused his whole life. So he married someone over there. I don't like me personally, I want to marry a Nigerian man so I could share my culture. So because I have all my family's in Nigeria, I don't want to take my roots away. But he did find a Asian woman. I went to the wedding. It was cool. She didn't know how to dance, but like it was all right. Like
They
I don't
moving in on
see
Africa, y'all.
like I don't like I'm not
And we
we're not
sitting
mad
up here
at
trying to
him.
figure out how to love them. Ain't that crazy? Because they will find an African
A
quick.
plan, brother. It's all in the plan. Isn't it amazing how other communities somehow find black people, but they don't find a particular type of black people? Pay attention to what our black men and our black women pair with. It is amazing how y'all have so much empathy and understanding for the same people that are ready to chop y'all heads off. And it's amazing how y'all will tie y'all history, y'all will tie y'all lineage, and y'all will tie any wealth that you could possibly have into them. The faith in other people with black people is weird. It is
Weird.
so weird. But I'm gonna ask you again because
Facts.
Black Swan pointed it out. Are interracial relationships harmful to the black community?
It can be harmful. It definitely can be, but I feel it could be positive. It could be a way to
Positive.
procreate. I heard that the world is going to be
Procreate.
like
What?
50
Leave
percent
watering down
black.
the
I'm sorry.
seed over
I heard
here.
Yo.
the
Hold
world is going to be
on,
like
Rose. Hold
they
on.
showed like how the world's
Wait,
going to
wait,
look like, and it
ma'am,
was like
Rose, listen, I'm gonna ask you one question. Brother, help me figure this out. How is it that 7% of the population that is YT over there owns 65% of the land? And you can't tell me nothing. Even when we talk about France, we can talk about Russia, we can talk about everybody that has come over there. In Congo, Sudan, we can talk about everywhere that's been colonized. How has that benefited Africa? You over there in the dark right now. France ain't in no damn dark.
Woo!
What the hell
okay,
y'all was
she
talking
got
about?
me. All right.
Oh, that's
Okay, I think you're
facts.
right.
That's
I think
facts.
I
Nah,
am in the
hold
dark.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. That
She
was
might be
facts.
right. That
France ain't in the dark, and they got resources from your continent, making
I
sure that
hate
they
because
lights are on
Nigeria,
right now.
the
It
issue
ain't
is
benefiting.
the government. It's the government though. They have a
Government, but the
huge
issue is
building.
your mindset too. Y'all play into the same BS. Y'all government getting F, and he let y'all say this about me next, me next. Like you're sitting here saying, "Oh, it can't be beneficial," but over there in Africa, y'all getting raped, and you're sitting here saying it can be beneficial based on procreating. Baby, some cute babies don't mean shit when you ain't got nothing, no food to feed them, and no lights to even change their damn diaper with. What we talking about?
Can
Facts.
but like
Okay.
it's so much
But
bigger
y'all
than
notice too that a lot of people, a lot of Africans that's on the continent or whatever, they don't have the same degree of pride that we have in the diaspora, Like they don't have the same degree of pride in themselves. They don't have the same degree of pride in their
All right,
race
you
and in
gotta be
their
careful
people
with
and in
I
their
that.
country.
You gotta speak with a lot of nuance because we got African brothers and sisters that watch the live. I wouldn't say they don't have the same pride. They do identify with race last because they're from a place where everybody's black. So they'll identify with their civilization or what quote unquote Europeans
village.
call a tribe. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, their village. They'll associate with that. Then they'll associate with the nationality, and then they think about race last because they surrounded by black people 24/7. But we do have more race pride, which I believe is part of what we need to share with them. We have Pan Africanism is on the continent
Right.
now. Pan
That's
Africanism
us.
that's us. That's us all day. Pan Africanism made it back to Africa because of us. And our brothers and sisters, they stand in 10 toes, but some of them be a little lost, like Sister Rose. You know what I'm saying? Some of them just be a
And
little lost.
it's really no different than anywhere else. Like I don't really understand why some of us do that sometimes because like all of our various communities have people who are not have not unlocked that level of consciousness.
Yeah.
Haven't done the reading. A lot of us have been miseducated from the very beginning. So if you don't go out of your way to seek that proper education, if you don't have elders to impart that in you from when you're young, it's very easy to fall in those traps. Like it's very easy for a lot, especially when you're talking about these majority black countries, for a lot of us to try to hold the government accountable first. Not people in general have a problem with sitting at the surface of issues and not taking their analysis deeper than the surface. So it's very surface level to say, oh, the reason why Nigeria or Ghana or Guyana or Trinidad or Jamaica or wherever is what it is because of what the government is. And it's so much deeper than that. These places are what they are because of how they've been manipulated, that like and how they've been manipulated from the very beginning. Like even the name Nigeria is not even something that Africans themselves came up with. If you look into like that history, like if you look into the ways that companies like Shell, the gas company, went into Nigeria and ruined the crops. A lot of these people can't even grow their own food no more. That's not necessarily directly a government issue. When you talk about the missionaries, which if I'm not mistaken, that's been hundreds of years. You have to, the only way that missionaries can gain access to a country is because those countries are starving, like almost like rotting from the inside out because of how they've been destabilized. And that opens the door for, oh, because you are struggling to feed yourself, because you are struggling with housing insecurity, with your children can't make it to school for whatever the reason is, let the missionaries can now come and offer you some bread, but in exchange for you to feed yourself, you got to listen to me preach about how God can save you, and how the reason why you're starving is because you don't know God. And this is not an indictment on anybody's religion. It's the insidious way that those people can gain access to a people and their land and commandeer it. And so when we say, oh, the government is the reason why, no, you're not paying attention. You're not understanding how all these structures work together. And because you label it with God, that means you can't critique it. You can't call it what it is. You can't say it's bad. Them people are duping us every 5 seconds. And because we are focused on our survival, you don't have time to be worried about what they might be doing in the background. And they're robbing you blind. Like we got to wake up and connect the dots. The dots are there, but we ain't drawing the lines between them.
So I think that's it. I think, especially with a lot of us Africans, I think a lot of us, because obviously sometimes your situation is so dire, you don't connect the dots. And because Nigeria, really, if you actually look into Nigerian history, like Nigeria is a perfect example of neocolonialism and how Western influence has sabotaged Nigeria. So if you actually look at Nigerian history, you look at the leaders and where they come from. They all come from this like tiny minority group. Like more than half of Nigeria's leaders come from a tiny minority group of 6% that directly collaborated with the colonialists who are non-native to Nigeria. Like, if you actually look at Nigerian history, like Nigeria, when you look at Africa and Nigerian history, it tells a story. Because if you think of the African leaders that are household names that are painted as monsters, Mugabe, Gaddafi, Idi Amin, like the average person can't even name a Nigerian leader. So like Gida, Gowon, Murtala Mohammed, Sani Abacha. These men are not household names, and these men have murdered multiple, tens of millions of people. These men are responsible for their deaths, and the reason why is because they are sanitized on the world stage. Because when it comes to they know that as long as they place to they bow to their Western masters, and they don't upset the Western hegemony, they have carte blanche to murder Africans with impunity.
Be careful with the unalivened words. You
Sorry,
feel me?
sorry, yeah, but Nigerian leaders throughout history have not been household names. Why have these men who have unalived way more people than Mugabe, way more people than Amin, way more people than Gaddafi? Why is it that these men aren't household names? Why are they not international pariahs? Why are they not seen as like the monsters of African history? Is because like Nigerian leaders have been sanitized because they know they dance to the tune of Western hegemony. So like it's really important. Like you can't divorce even the Nigerian election that was earlier this year was blatantly rigged in front of the world, and the West was just like, well, it is what it is. It is what it is. I guess he's your new president. And like and if that happened, if that happened with other countries, people would be like, oh, they've lost the right to lead. They've lost the will of the people. But like in Nigeria, everything's okay. You can steal elections. You can unalive tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people, and everyone turns a blind eye because, hey man, as long as Shell BP can do their thing, it is what it is.
Yeah.
People are not turning a blind eye. This is intentional. Like the leaders across the diaspora that have done or were trying to do things for the will of the people and for the progression and liberation of their people were unalived on purpose. Like
100%. We need to remember.
The ones that have been in power and have done egregious things to be in the way of progress of their people and their nations, they are supported by the West. They are financed by the West. They are supported because you know that you can control those people. And a destabilized country is a country you can pillage and you can control. A country that has a strong leader who is moving with intention for the progress and the benefit of their people is a danger to the West every single time. And there are 1,000,001 cases of this, like 1,000,001. Ghana's first president, the U.S. set a coup on that man. The only reason his life was spared was because he was in China. They ran him out his country. He wasn't even buried in the country he was born and served in. His mother had to go dig up his body in another West African country where he served as a vice president and bring him back home decades after his death.
And for every Thomas Sankara, there's a Compaore, and who funded Compaore? For every failed radical leader that we've had, for every Francis Lumumba, there's a Mobutu who funded an armed Mobutu. Like it's really important that like we're connecting the dots and we're seeing like, hey man, the destabilization of Africa, there's a pattern here, and like which kind of leaders are getting overthrown. Like it's really important like that. I think people look at the history of Africa. There's no way you can look at Africa over the last 50 years and just say, hey, the West has not had a hand in this.
Absolutely. Yeah. So they're doing the same thing in Haiti. Go ahead, sister.
No, go ahead and finish. Activate reset.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm just saying, they do the same thing in Haiti. Make sure that the country is constantly in a perpetual state of instability so that they can continue to loot and, take advantage of that. Because, for example, in the Congo, if that was a stable region where, like Sister said, there was a leader that was making sure that their people was getting the best of, what benefits them out of their government, then they would have to pay taxes on resources that they steal from that land. There would be people to reinforce laws and stuff like that. So they don't want that. We know that. Same thing happens, with our people. So, here in America, is a similar version of the same thing, except they're not colonizing our land here. They colonize our labor. So, they keep us at a certain status in society. Because us fighting just to survive every day means that we can't join together and decide to, work against our oppressor. Instead, they keep us marginalized and put into certain communities so that we're distracted the same way. It's the same destabilization in our communities, so that we have to go to work in the morning. We have to, a dollar stays in the black community, I think 30 seconds, or is it a minute? Because we constantly are paying for stuff. How long is it?
I think they say less than 6 hours, but I don't know how
Okay,
that is
it's
because
real short. It's nowhere near even lasting a day because okay, 6 hours. So it's really short because we get money and we gotta spend it because we don't have assets, we don't have generational wealth where you got a farm, you don't need to buy food. You know what I'm saying? You gotta or you got something you can trade off. You don't need to do certain things. Like when you own certain assets, you don't need to spend money as much. And so,
In that regard, brother, even
mhm,
if it was us just spending, we don't have communities that haven't been burned down or flooded that we can spend our money with.
right. And so that's all by design. And we also, just like the rest of the diaspora, don't have a leader unifying us to bring us that progress. So same thing.
Also, I think the role of the IMF cannot be understated, because the IMF don't just loan don't just loan African countries bad loans in terms of the interest rate. Also,
Yeah.
these come with specific agreements to not invest in infrastructure. Like, it's really important to understand that a lot of these loans, so these new countries, these new countries with puppet rulers who are happy to take the free money, because they're not the ones who are responsible for paying it back. The people are.
Mhm.
What happens is,
Mhm.
country after country, you've seen that, like, in order to get IMF loans, when they're in dire straits, to get the loans, you have to cut back on infrastructure of water, come back with infrastructure on roads, come back on infrastructure in renewable energy. Like, these things are, time and time again. You can look up the IMF loan agreements. They specifically always ask for African countries not to build their infrastructure. Why would the loan company be interested in you not building infrastructure? Like, it's really important that we ask these questions, because if the IMF is just about
Mhm.
making loans, like, surely you should just be interested in a good interest rate.
It's about
And
making debt.
like, why is that part of the ideological investment? Like, it's really important that we're looking at, like,
We're
how these
going to keep
Western
you in debt.
institutions operate on the motherland and in the Caribbean, because, like, there's a playbook here.
Yeah. Absolutely. These are the conversations I like to have. I'm not mad when Africa the Bunk come up in the room. These are the conversations I really want to have, but we can talk about culture and all that other stuff. I'm gonna do a live for Pan Africans. It's gonna be a Pan African affair. We're gonna have brothers and sisters from the continent, the Caribbean. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that this weekend on Sunday. That's what we're gonna do on Sunday. We just gonna have a Pan African live. We ain't even gonna let no Thin Lipians up here. I'm gonna try it one time. You know what I'm saying? Just one time, and we just none of y'all coming up here. You know what I'm saying? We right now, this is an open space. You know what I'm saying? If any of you cream cheese bagels want to come up here and let us know your take with in the typical ways which you normally do, you can. Unless you want to come up and learn, actually stay down there and learn. But brothers and sisters, we're gonna do a Pan African live on Sunday. That's gonna be fun. All right, go ahead, D. You was gonna reset us.
Okay. I just want to say this. I don't know if Liberian's still in here, but I think the next time I reset her room, I'm gonna go, shh,
You've entered the library. Welcome. Now, everyone, gather yourself because right now you are in Brother Legends Live. Again, you guys, you are in Brother Legends Live. I need you to tap that screen. Tap it, damn it, tap it. Tap right now. We need 100K. I also need you to share the live. Go ahead and share with your friends, your frenemies. Include your damn enemies. I like to fight. When you see a poon up here, I need you to send the pause. Don't hesitate. Don't think about it. And don't wait. Send the damn pause. Save us. We are drowning. And I need you to subscribe to Brother Legends Live. Go ahead and click the link above and subscribe here and on YouTube. Brother Legends Live. Make sure that you also join the Discord, b1initiative.org. And while you're doing all this labor, make sure you gift your host because he's also doing the work. So put it in your hands, put in the time, and tap the damn screen. But guys, guess what? It's 100K to go. Let's go.
Appreciate you, sister. And just so y'all don't, try to come up with some claims of calling me racist, I don't call anyone a cream cheese bagel because of the color of their skin. Cream cheese bagel, they don't got no lips, just like some people. All right. Rose. You know what I'm saying? Cream cheese bagels don't got no lips.
Can I say one last thing?
Yeah.
I think an easy way to conceptualize this, is to connect everything back to slavery and the abolishment of it. And by that, I mean, slavery allowed a lot of these countries to build empires, for lack of a better term, on free labor. And once that slavery was over, the next best thing after free labor is labor that's as cheap as possible. And so if you can understand that, then you can understand everything that's happened after slavery ended and what's currently happening now is all of these people are fighting to make sure that the labor that they need to maintain and continue to build their empires is as cheap as possible. Because if you were to pay a fair wage for the resources and the labor, it's going to cripple your economy.
That's right. And that's why I asked somebody one time, I'm like, because they was like, I don't got no lips, but I'm pro-black. And I'm like, really? I said, would you be comfortable, are you telling me it's your desire to, live without electricity, for at least, 2 to 4 hours a day? And, you're comfortable, walking to the well to get water and, you're comfortable, I'm just describing the conditions of our people. I'm just describing some of the conditions our people are living in. And they're like, no, I wouldn't, no, what? What does that have to do with being pro-black? And it's like, you so pro-black, understand that when Africa achieves what we're achieving, you know what I'm saying, what we seek to achieve, when African people are liberated and have sovereignty over their own land, when we get colonizers up out our continent, and we have our African bank, our Pan-African military, when we have our Pan-African colleges and institutions, and we really doing what we want to do, building within ourselves, then you're going to see the West economy fall. Who wants to go to a Western institution when, because these other institutions, they need us. You know what I'm saying? Like we gonna have all the culture and all the brains and all the muscle. We're gonna be good by ourselves, and that's something I don't see them fighting for. I wish everyone the best of luck, but I don't believe there's thin-lipped pro-black people. We got Kojo in here, hasn't said much. Kojo, give us your age, race, and pronouns for the live, please.
How you doing, hoes? How you doing, brother legend? Everybody on the panel, one love family. 55, African American, and I'm a he.
All right, thank you. Talk to us, Unc.
Well, it's very interesting, and I love the conversation, and I love the topic. Also, we kind of, I always tell people, especially people on the continent, be wary of any kind of aid coming your way. There's always a price to it. Always pay attention to the man behind the curtain because he's janking on somebody else's chain. And we know that we have this, some of us among us have an insatiable need to be accepted by the uncooked chicken in the sink looking man. You know, I just don't see why we must seek the approval of someone that has oppressed our people from the beginning until now. And it baffles me. I used to be involved with a black woman that had another demographic mindset. Usually you don't find that out until it's too late. I said, yo, wait, we finally get that trip to Africa. No, I want to go to Paris. I'm like, what the hell? You know, little things like that start popping up, and then you be like, start asking those questions too late. Have you ever dated a white man? You get what I'm saying? And then, therefore, I asked that question after the fact. These are questions that I asked first. Have you ever dated a white man? Yes. And I don't even need to know why after that. All I know is your mindset that you was open to everything that was going on, and then you fell to that lie talking about ain't nothing, no, it just one race, it's the human race, man. I've been trying to separate from this devil for a long time now, and I have not been successful. I am total for segregation. I am total for everything.
Careful! Don't say that. Don't say that.
Man, I'm sorry.
Separate on the app. You can't say certain things, but separation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay. I want my own island. I just stay away from me. I'm doing good by myself. I don't, I'm not that type of person where I can look at you, then I can, honestly respect you through and through. After what I've seen, what my great ancestors and my daddy been through, I can't do it. I just can't see it.
But see, that's what I'm saying. That's not, and what you saying. That's something we should all understand. That's not the same thing as aggregation. The words that you said, S aggregation, because S aggregation is exclusion of people from power. When with the context of what you just said, that's just liberation. That's just separation. You know what I'm saying?
You got it.
I think of people the framing of is that if you actually look at European history, at every significant junction in European history, they've looked to Africa to save them, or they've looked to Africa to inspire them to the next step. So if you actually look, the first pan-European civilizations, which are the Romans and the Greeks, both of their oldest philosophers were inspired and learned in Egypt. It was the teachings from Egypt that inspired the philosophy of Greek and Rome. And then if you look forward into the Middle Ages, when the Europeans called that era the Dark Ages, where they were being absolutely devastated by the plague, and they had a cultural stagnation. It was the Moors that brought new ideas that helped and that taught them cleansing techniques that helped them curb the Black Death and the plague that was devastating them for hundreds of years. And then you fast forward, it was Africans again when it was the blood money from the slave trade that enabled them to invest in their economies and spark off the Industrial Revolution. It was piggybacking on Africa, and now for the fourth time with their declining birth rates and them seeing the trajectory, once again they are looking to Africa because Africa is where the resources and where the young people are at. At every junction throughout Western history, they've always looked to Africa every single time. And are we connecting the dots? It's not Africans who have benefited from our relationships with Europeans. It's absolutely the other way around. Absolutely the other way around.
This grammar for Africa right now that's going on until Nigeria get his act together. And if it ever does, if Nigeria ever does get their act together,
oh man,
Africa itself will be free. And guess what that means for us? And notwithstanding what's going on with, Uganda and Rwanda, concerning the Congo right there. Yeah, I see it. I see it. And we know exactly what needs to happen for all that to be resolved. We know what got to happen. Nobody want to talk about it. But
Mm-hmm.
you know what got to happen? We got to run them folks off, man. Even some of our own. Yeah, you got to run them off. You got to run them
You
off.
right. He ain't lying, because yup, that's facts. And about Nigeria too. You know, Nigeria, if I'm not mistaken, Nigeria has the most wealth, correct?
That is right. And just what?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the northern part is Islamic, and the southern part is mostly Christians.
Wow.
That's another
They
brain
done
effing going
divided them
on.
up. One
Yeah.
a master in the west and a master in the east.
If somehow Nigeria was able to work, Nigeria, because remember Nigeria is the largest economy in Africa, like, and Nigeria is a mess. Like Nigeria is underperforming by, I don't know, maybe Nigeria is performing at 10% of its real of what it could be, and Nigeria is still the largest economy in Africa. If
I'm
Nigeria
like,
was a responsibly ranked country, oh my
you
God.
gotta be? How hungry you gotta be? I mean, how hungry do you have to be before you stand up? How long? You gotta be hungry like that. I've seen it.
It's
I've
the
seen it firsthand.
it's
Ain't
us.
no way in the hell. I guess right now, I've been, privileged to, go through the civil rights era, and we burn some stuff down when things don't go our way over here. We was willing to, put some things on the front line. Unfortunately, some of our offspring are not willing to do that. They just like to sit up and talk. But now, I
Uh-oh.
don't know. I haven't seen anything like no dogs, no water hoses like that going on. You're just sitting up and not standing up. Look, if I was over there right now, but I can't be over there right now without the thing that I got right now, the equipment that I got. You get what I'm saying? Ain't that ironic?
Mm-hmm.
Every black nation from the Caribbean, South, over to the continent are unarmed.
Mm.
Isn't that ironic?
Seen, especially from an outsider looking in, like the Black American community. Like, what is the difference between the generation now and the civil rights generation? And I don't think that the generation now of youth and like people are any less like hateful of racism and angry at the racist dynamics that we have to live through. I think the big difference between now and the 60s is the church. I think that's the big, I think if you're looking at the fundamental difference of like, because people are just as upset and disenfranchised as they've been. But I think the church is because if you look at Martin Luther King and a lot of the grassroots
Yeah, but that's gone now.
organizing that happened, like
That power that the church had back in
yeah,
those days, that's a
that,
past
that was
thing.
a that was a powerful tool for us. But now we've seen with the like
That's
with
not the
the
deal now. I mean, these people right here was on the front lines, and they were able to look within or look without some stuff, and take care of some business. But the deal is right now,
Yeah, the church
a
looks
lot of
different
people,
back then. Yeah.
yeah,
I don't.
that's a
Whatever
past
situation,
gone.
you have to ask why. What is they are in bed with the state.
Yeah, I don't mean to call anyone's religion out, but like
That's it.
that
TLC.
evangelical prosperity doctrine has been super damaging to our communities. And like that prosperity doctrine where they're
Mm.
telling you like, hey man, pray for a car, pray for a house, pray for like
Wow.
that. I
Yeah,
think that's been super. I think
yeah,
that's been
those
like.
was
I think
back
that's
in
been
the
super
50s when
damaging.
when you got up after you got up after you prayed and you went and worked and manifest that thing. That's the difference.
Mm.
For the the church, like as an institution, not like not religion, but as an institution, away from being
Yeah.
invested in the well-being of its community. That's
Yeah.
when it ended.
Stronghold.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
when
That's
that
it.
ended. And when you no longer have the support, like the church at the center to rally the community around for support and all that other kind of stuff, when they are like, oh, we got to be in line with the tax code and this, that, and the third, so we can make sure we get our money. You have separated the people from what they were grounded in, what they
There you
were
go.
able to commune around. So we're no longer in tandem in lockstep with the church in that way. The church is not as supportive to the community as it once was. It's very different. And I think in terms of the generations, that older generation, I don't think sowed the seeds of organization and fighting into the younger generation, because they thought that what they did was so that we didn't have to do it.
Well,
And so there's a lot of reinventing of the wheel,
remember
so
what
to
they
speak.
did. Remember what they did. They got rid of all of our great leaders by way of ostracizing, like the Black Panther movement. They, it's like the last time we saw a great leader was what was 71.
Yes, yes. So it was
There's a fear of being unalived and being
yes.
prosecuted, like being, what they call it, when they put you on like the watch list or whatever.
Yeah, the FBI. Yeah, who
Yeah,
was
like that
it?
type of stuff.
But
So
not only that, right? But look at what they did on the back end too, like things like mass incarceration, look at medical racism, the infant mortality rate for Black women when they go to give birth. Like all of those things, it's always a pushback to a movement. Like that's like historically, there's always pushback to a movement. Even having a president like Obama, even though I mean that's what he did and was able to do, that's a different conversation. But look at what happened, the response to that, right? Like Make America, I don't know if I can say the full thing, but MAGA, like all of those things is a whole entire fallout of that movement. Look at what was put into our communities, the things that had people sick. I don't know if I could say the word, the rock era. Well, I'll say that, right? All of those things, that the response to the civil rights movement, I think put a lot of fear and traumatized and decimated our communities. And we're still, there isn't, I've noticed an awakening happening amongst people now that we're realizing and seeing the response or the result of all of those things. But I think that the response to the civil rights movement and the it's the same thing that happened to towns that we've built up that are now underwater, all of those things. I think a lot of that is reasoning as to why you don't see us moving the way that we did before, if that makes sense.
Yes, and check this out. It'll matter of me to advise someone on the continent what to look out for, and we're not looking out for some of the things that have been going on over here to our people at the same time. Look at our food, look at our water. I mean, look at proportionately, who they wanted to put that in the arm of when that so-called thing came around in 2020. Look at it. I mean, look how the results of that, and now we got people don't even know who the hell they are. It's crazy. We have been bombarded. Now we'll look back on this 15 years from now and say, you know what? They did that. No, I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking dead at it. It's another one around the corner. Don't fall for it.
That's so an elder explained that to me too. How some of the elders, they done been on. Some he explained it saying something like, there's 30-year cycles, and like, once you been around the sun 30 times, it's like certain things start to click because you didn't seen the cycle so many times. Every 30 years, society like kind of has a shift, and once you get to a certain point where you didn't seen the cycle two and a half, three times, now you start to see, you start to see the patterns. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I think it's important to always listen to those, especially that was around during the civil rights era, because I think I think the youth want to wake up. Some of them, I just think you're right. A lot of them is a lot more docile and confused about who they are, because the lies. You don't even got to get out of bed to get lied to no more. Like, the lies is right in their phone, man. I'm hosting this live because I'm just countering some of the jiggly, bouncy, peach women that be on they phones at a young age. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't gotta be on you don't gotta go to the corner store and get a magazine from one of the magazine aisles no more. Like,
Nope.
they putting them right in your face. You know what I'm saying? And some of the brothers, don't they not, the young ones, they don't understand some of the things that's going on. But I do hope that the African youth could wake up. You know what I'm saying? Like you were saying about Nigeria, I'm hoping that there's some type of spark over there that comes over here as well. You
But
know,
there's hope. There is hope though. That
yeah.
guy, what's his name? Abraham
Yeah,
Torres.
that's what I'm saying. Because he's our generation. Though. He's millennial. You know, maybe I'm just paranoid about Gen Z because I'm older. But
Yeah. I
I,
mean,
you
he
know what I'm
better
saying?
than
I
that
think I
dude.
think that's always the case, right?
He better than that dude. What's his name? Ruto. He was talking good before the election.
Yeah, he started. Yeah, Rudolph started wild. Rudolph started wilding. I don't know what he's talking about now. He said, basically he was saying the brothers and sisters can come on home. And then he got up there and he said everybody can come with no visa. He said no matter what your race is.
Kenyan guy, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, ooh.
my bad. Yeah, he doing too much. But I heard he retracted that statement, but that you don't
No,
you
that's
went
too
too
late.
far.
Too late, Doc. You said what you meant.
And then he sided with Israel, and then he backtracked from that, and then the one
Only
I
because
got
he
hope
got
for
called
too is
out by what's that guy name for EFF?
yeah, I'm about to say Malema, Julius Malema, and so he a little bit older. I think he's Gen X. He's Gen X. He's in his 40s. So I'm hoping because he said that he wants to see Africa liberated in his lifetime. That's kind of his platform.
Yeah.
So he's got the biggest Pan African movement right now.
Man,
Like
man, I'm like this, man. Teach your children, man. Re-educate your children, man, for
right.
real. I mean, it is imperative. I want to see them make it, man, if we don't.
I heard that. Yeah, that's literally all I'm focused on in my personal life. I got my woman here, man. That's what we gonna do, and we're gonna also reconnect back to the motherland. I tell brothers and sisters on here, like reconnect, man. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what Malcolm X talked about in the Organization of Afro American Unity speech. Is our need to reconnect and undo what the colonizer has done to us. He divided us. He told us that we wasn't African, we a color, we black. And ain't nothing wrong being proud of being black because we know by the African definition, ain't nothing wrong with that word. That word meant a lot of positive things in our cultures, but at the same time, I want to be the ancestor that reconnects back to the motherland, and I think in the future the West is not looking so good. The French president even said so. I don't know if y'all been following, but Macron is complaining. He whining. He said, what he said? He said it's a threat to. He said something. He said what's going on in Africa is like a threat to the West and something like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
One more thing before I drop.
yeah,
I would like to encourage all single men intentionally date black women, marry black women, love black women, whether they from the Caribbean, the continent, here in America, please. And make sure she got a black mindset. And I'm done.
that's important. Absolutely appreciate you. Thank you for that wisdom. Um, yeah, I try to make this a platform for the young brothers, if anything. You know what I'm saying? I be having a lot of sisters come up here, and sisters kind of run the show here. All my moderators are sisters and all that. But I do want this to be a platform to bring enlighten some of the young brothers, man. Let y'all know some of the things I had to learn when I got older. Um, Everybody, we waiting to get to 100K likes. If you want to turn the comments back on, let's get to 100K likes. I know somebody in here could tap their thumb. We had 93.5. Just as you listen along, tap 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 on the screen. We had 93.5. Let's get to 100K.
Y'all
Once we
capping
get to
on the tapping.
100K, yeah, I'm gonna turn the
They
lights
is
on.
capping on the tapping. Why y'all being so stingy today?
I don't know what's going on. But let's go to B Emmy or B Emmy. Give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Okay, 27. I'm Nigerian and I'm an E.
Right. You're a black Nigerian, I assume.
Yeah, I'm Nigerian, black
All
Nigerian. Are
right.
they white? Are they white Nigerians?
What?
Are they white Nigerians?
That's I miss some.
Believe
They
it or
say
not,
they say they are.
Yeah, I'm black Nigerian.
you
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
Nigeria is a colonizer's country. Now, if you said are there black Hausa or I mean, are there non-black Hausa or Igbo? Then I would say, okay, we're kind of talking differently. But you said Nigerian.
Oh, okay. I'm Nigerian, and my mom is Igbo, but my dad is from a minority tribe called Urobo. I
Oh,
don't know if
okay.
you've ever heard of
Yes,
that. Yeah.
I've heard.
Yeah, okay.
Just a
So
little bit.
answering the questions, are interracial relationships problematic to the black community? I would say yes, because I've never seen any of my uncles that got into a successful marriage with a white woman. It always end in chaos, and it's preferring to date a racist. Um, Preparing to like this question, if I choose to date my fellow black race, it's not racist, it's my preference. Yeah, and I will always choose to date a black woman. I'm currently in the UK, and I've never dated any white girl. I don't know how come people I'm not trying to sound racist here, but I don't know how come our fellow black brothers find them attractive, with no bumps, no nyash. And yeah, so
Hey, this brother know what he's talking about.
Tia, did you hear that? No bums.
Yeah, no, we like them yams. We call them yams over here. You know what I'm saying?
Can you be pro-black with a non-black spouse? I don't think so. And I'll make reference to my African brothers, like the Somalis. They're mostly, I think, mixed with some other race, and they don't claim to be black. Like, they don't claim to be black. They don't claim to be Africans. They rather associate with Arabs than be with we Africans. And also relating to what I said about the relationships, I know three uncles, that got married to white women, and they're regretting it till this day. And you know what? They later, fall back home, and it's like when you meet. You came across a problem, then you have a black sister you need to go get married to. So it's really I don't know how to explain it. It's sometimes when I see them, I just laugh, because it's from my experience, from things I've seen, it's always a problem. It doesn't turn out well. Yeah, so. And I'll keep on to my word. I don't know. Maybe people find them attractive. It's not hate. I'm not trying to be hateful, but I don't find them attractive. So, and I feel everyone should date everyone should stick to his race. It's the right thing. That's nature. You don't see maybe a lion going to mate with a cheetah. They're all cats, right? They're big cats. Lion mates with lion, cheetah mates with cheetah, jaguar mates with jaguar. It's just how nature is, and that should Okay, let me give an example. Where the town I'm from, there is a very rich man sent his sons. A very rich man. He came abroad, got married to a white woman, and he established a business in the local community, to help the youth, to employ people. And if he eventually falls sick and died, his mixed children, you know what they did? They came back home, sold off the property, sold off the company, render people jobless, and take the money, fly back to the States or the UK, wherever they're from. But you see, that's not being pro-black. That's not being pro-African.
Right.
Things that give people joy, things that put food in people's table. You just sell them off and relocate back to your mother's land. They don't even associate themselves. I think maybe a whole year, you can't even count the number of times they're going to visit back home. You see, so it's never pro-black, it's never pro-African. It's always, the children are confused. They don't know where to stick in. You see them saying, I'm half black, I'm half white. How does that sound? It just sounds confused. So I feel everyone should just, stick to your race, that's how nature is, and that, you know, sometimes I even wonder how people find, you know, how you being able to you know, okay, I was let me say the recent generation. I didn't experience slavery, but from history, from movies, you know. Yes, I think yesterday I was watching a movie called the 12 years of slavery or so, and
Oh,
I'm
tell
27 years old and
Oh
tears
man.
ran off my eyes, and I was like, wow, so this is what people experienced back then in the past. And how come, how are you finding, how you know, open your eyes and fall in love with, you know, people like that? I think everyone should just, it's not hate, you know, everyone should just stick to his community, stick to your race, and, you know, live the life. And so, you know, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right. All right. Hey man, he came through with some ether.
Up. He ate that up.
You know what I'm saying? Cause this is why we don't do what's his face? What's his face? The dude that's an ex-pimp. What's his name? Tariq Nasheed. This is why we don't do Tariq Nasheed on here, man. Cause I'm telling you, man, some of the brothers and sisters from the continent be on point, man. You know what I'm
Something,
saying?
yeah. I know a lot of my Nigerian brothers like to travel all over the world and mix, go to Asia, go to Europe, go to mix all over. It's not helping us, please. They should, yeah, this specifically to Nigerians. I know a lot of Nigerian brothers do that. And maybe they are trying to, I understand, maybe they're trying to do that because of documents or something, you know, similar, but it never turns out well. You know, like two uncles now, they have not even set their eyes on, I think, their kids for years. They don't even know the way back home. I think all they do is just pay money for child support, and that's it. So everyone should stick to their race, please.
I heard that. Appreciate you.
I was
Go ahead.
definitely gonna ask him what's because you mentioned like 3 uncles that married out that had some regrets, and I was wondering what those regrets might be. But you named the child support. That's interesting.
You know,
Hey,
support. If you, at least if you're paying child support and you have this connection with your children, at least you'll be able to maybe, you know, associate them with a family. But a lot of these people don't. Is like, oh no, I don't. Nigeria is evil. I don't want to associate with the family. The children are always in one side, like the mother side. You know, children have this connection with mothers. Yeah. So it's like my I'll say I'm connected to my mother family and my father family. Yeah. But I have this huge connection with my mom's family because it's natural. Children feel this great connection with mothers. And so you being with maybe a white spouse, the child is definitely going to have that connection with his mother's or his our mother's side, you know. And so when this problem happens, it's like it's always, this is the something that's always, you know, happens when this quarrel or relationship chaos starts. It's like the children don't have connection with the father don't have connection with his children anymore. All they need is just money. You don't see your children. You don't have the father's daughter time, father son time, and maybe when the father is like maybe someone maybe in Europe and unfortunately he doesn't have documents, he got deported back to Africa. That's it. That's the end. You might stay all your life without even seeing your kids. So that's what I'm trying to say. But if at least if it's maybe a black partner, you understand, you know, black all over the world, even in Australia, the Caribbean, Africa, Central America, we have this relationship. Like we always have value family. I've never seen a black person, a black family that maybe when his mother is old, you go dump your mother in the care home. I don't know if it happens, but I've never seen it. But it's common, you know, with the white race, and I feel, you know, I just don't know how to express myself. But everyone should stick to their race. It's never pro-black. It's you know, it's problematic to the black community, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
You know what's interesting in what you said was, I don't see anything wrong with what you said, but I always find it interesting when I've had conversations with black men, particularly. And I say that if you pair yourself outside your race, why aren't y'all fighting for black liberation? And it's this thing where you're okay with being with someone outside of yourself, even in the midst of being at war with that community. And I think that's the most interesting way, I guess I can say it without it being just as shut off. Because I love telling people, like, love who you want to love, date who you want to date. It don't bother me. But the reality of it is that y'all are still in war for freedom. Y'all are still at war to birth your children into a level of oppression where not only as soon as that woman is getting ready to give birth, if she's black, her risk of being unalived is greater, but the reality of your children dealing with a different level of experience and being oppressed in the country, you're okay with, as long as you can have that fetish that you want to tie yourself to. So it's like a level of denial that a lot of black people live in just to be accepted. And I'll say this again: love who you want to love, date who you want to date. We talking about the issues that come with what y'all are doing, but it's even more interesting. I'll use the word interesting. It's even more interesting that you would choose to pair with the people that don't see a need for your liberation. They don't see a need for the fight or the issues that black people are experiencing, because you have dumbed yourself down enough that they feel comfortable. And I think people aren't honest in these relationships. Y'all are dumbing yourselves down, or y'all align yourselves with their community so that they feel comfortable in that relationship and that you can get, I guess, the access to something that you want.
I heard that. We had some new people up here. I guess they left. Never mind. Oops. We had some people up here. I'm about to let them speak. Well, thank y'all for getting us to 100K. Appreciate you. Keep tapping. Anybody want to come up and answer the questions, feel free. We're going to give y'all a grade. We ain't graded nobody tonight yet. Bimmy gets an A+. Plus. Give it to him.
That's cool.
You know what I'm saying? Bimmy did good. And it's been an interesting night. You know, we had... she said B for D. They should be starting war.
I'm with I like smoke. Now you come on up here and get bit.
Y'all funny, man. But yeah, anybody else want to come up, feel free. Let's talk about it. We're talking about interracial relationships. Are they problematic? Is preferring to date a race racist? I like how you made that distinction. I made that question a little ambiguous intentionally, so that you could kind of answer one way or the other. Depending on your answer, depends on your grade. You know what I'm saying? If you're talking about black people, we can't be racist. I mean, that's the easiest way to look at it. You know, we can't be racist. Appreciate you, Jay. Appreciate y'all for sending gifts. We can't be racist though. So us preferring to marry, date, build within our community is not racist. It's not the same as when the oppressor does it to exclude people from basically taking part in society, to being part of humans. Like we're excluded from humanity. So I
Brother,
mean,
don't you
we
think
could talk on that on many levels.
Don't you think that
What
they
happened?
have literally denied us access in choosing each other because of the way that they over police our communities? Our men are arrested more. When we talk about how the prison system looks in regards to black men, when we talk about unemployment or how it affects the family and the dynamic of how black people partner,
Right.
they've been able to create even a wedge in between us
Right.
and how we can survive with each other. I think that
Even with that Eurocentric beauty standard
Exactly. The way that you're able to choose, how our wealth was affected in such a way. And I say this to black people all the time, and I want y'all to think about this. Sleep on it if you must. But if our wealth had never been affected, if those cities and towns had never been destroyed, what would black men look like in 2023? What would black family and community look like in 2023?
That's a wild. I never even thought of that. That's crazy. You're right. Damn. Imagine our communities with fathers in the homes. You know what I'm saying? Imagine our community. Dang, everybody just having generational wealth. The fathers having jobs. You know what I'm saying, or owning businesses, but just being able to generate income. Wow.
Can I build off that real quick?
Go ahead.
Like, I think this was like last year or something, but there was a black woman who I kind of want to say went viral, who thing about how the world in which we live is basically just a manifestation of a white man's imagination.
Mm-hmm.
And it was really high key, like a brilliant thought. But I bring that up to say, like, the question that D posed was so great because I think it kind of forces you to consider what could be manifested in your own imagination, because we don't know that reality. Like, what would our communities and our families look like if they were not constantly interfered with? And so if people really took the time to sit down and imagine, like, in your own imagination, what that world would look like, what those communities would look like, what those families would look like, it gives you something to drive towards, if that makes sense. Like, you're
That's
not
why.
just driving aimlessly.
That's why we need Pan-African propaganda. That literally speaks to what Marcus Garvey was talking about. That's why we need Pan-African propaganda, because anti-black propaganda is what we're seeing first. That brother came up here and said he's seen 12 Years a Slave. We could watch a movie of what D just proposed, and it have no plot twist. It have no surprise ending, no climax. It don't even need a climax. Just watching that movie would be entertaining as hell because we don't live in that reality.
Right.
So it's like, if we did have those, they're not going to make that movie, because if we did have those positive images, if we did have a movie about Mansa Musa, if we did have movies about ancient Africa and showing brothers and sisters, kings and queens, that would be a problem, because now we're gonna get mad. Because I just thinking about what just told us got me upset, because it shows us what we're missing. You know what I'm saying?
We just want the BBC, right?
As long as Sexy Red's around, that's never gonna happen.
Not on Sexy Red.
Hold on, let me get Marshmallows R Us out of here. All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Eric. Give us your age, race, and pronouns. What a weirdo!
I ain't hear
Sound
what
like
he.
he was
I ain't hear what he.
masturbating.
I ain't hear what he said.
He said they want the BBC while he's breathing all heavy in the mic like a stalker. Like, what a weirdo.
Nah, my name is Eric. I'm Dominican.
That's not a race.
I'm black.
All right.
And I'm from America. What I just said was, I said, as long as people like Sexy Red's around,
What Sexy Red do?
What you mean what Sexy Red do?
What are you talking about? You talking about the rapper?
Yeah. So I'm going off.
What did she do?
I'm going off what Black Swan said. You said, we could prosper as a community, but the thing is, as long as you have people like Sexy Red and all these rappers that promote violence and pretty much try to promote and keep people at a low mindset.
Who puts the music out there?
I mean, I mean, you know who.
Who controls the media?
Um,
Are black people a monolith?
You said what?
Are black people a monolith?
What that mean?
Do we all do the same thing?
People like to follow other people. Yes.
But
So
who
black
controls?
Oh, go ahead, Black Swan.
No, it's okay. Who controls the media? Who is the one putting these images of us out there? They've been doing it for years, for hundreds of years. Who is putting this image of us out there, making people think that we're a monolith?
Okay, so the question is, who's the people that want to push that agenda out and
Who benefits from? Who benefits from that?
who benefits? I mean, people who want to make.
It's a critical thinking test. You got to ask why.
people
Critical thinking just means that you ask why you're thinking what you're thinking. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. I mean, shit. Do you know? I mean, I think I have my answer, but it's pretty.
So you say your answer. We want to know what your answer is.
I mean, the people that want to make money off it, who want to exploit the community.
Right. So why is that on Sexy Red? Is Sexy Red holding up any
I mean,
system
come on.
that's oppressing us?
I mean, right or wrong, she sold her soul. I'm pretty sure, like, she sold her soul just for the money. I mean, right?
That's something that's interesting to me.
Question.
You literally put in position the artist, not the person that is like literally holding the strings to the puppet.
I'm not saying that they're wrong, but I'm
hold on,
saying
hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. Because what you did was you went right to artists, right? And you
Right.
act as if those are the people that speak for Black people. And it's very insulting to Black people that are actually in the political realms, that are in the realms that actually affect community, that are in the realms where they can actually change the dynamic on the trajectory of Black people. You focused on artists, and it speaks to your mind and how you see Black people. Because if we are simply only people that perform, then what narrative is being pushed in regards to how we show up as a people?
Okay.
Eric, who's your favorite rapper?
Oh Lord.
You can give me a top 3.
G Herbo.
You got 3, or is he the only one?
Nah, I got G Herbo. I got Kanye.
Kanye,
Yeah,
the man who said, "Listen."
And then you're gonna talk about Sexy Red?
That told me everything I needed to know. Because you asking about Sexy Red when you need to be talking about Kanye and how he set people back.
Damn.
How
you know
he
what's
said
crazy?
people back.
You know what's crazy? This has got to stop. And somebody in the comments has said, "Is he a passport bro?" And I said, "Is he a red billionaire?" The punching down on Black women is insane from our men. We hear it day in and day out. And you're going to come up here and not name not one person who has influenced the community. Like D said, it speaks to where your mind is at. But the punching down shows us everything that we need to know about you, Eric. It's so problematic. I'm gonna just say this real quick. I'm sick of it. I am sick of it. I am sick of it. I am sick of it. The punching down on Black women has got to stop, Eric. What do you have to say for yourself about that? It's crazy. You came up here on a panel full of 258 people and blamed the state of the Black community on Black women. That is wild.
Wait, what? I didn't blame it on Black women.
Blamed it on Sexy Red.
I was using her as an example.
That's exactly why I asked you who your favorite
words in my
rappers
mouth.
were, because for you to say that the community is not going to be free or progress, whatever it was.
All right, but you're not hearing what I'm saying though.
Hold on, because this is the statement that you made because of Sexy Red, and when I asked you who your top 3 favorite rappers were, your second was Kanye West, a Black man who, 1, married a YT woman, 2, also said that slavery was a choice. So what are we really talking about here? And for you to skip over him saying and doing that, to then blame Sexy Red for our lack of liberation is wild.
Okay.
That is why Black Swan said what she said. And that's why I asked the question, because it told us everything we needed to know.
And the funny thing is, within context, you are in the right place to hold the system somewhat accountable. I mean, not even somewhat, hold the system accountable for these images of Black women that are popularized. Not saying that they don't have a place to express themselves, because women should be able to express their sexuality however they want. The problem is that white audiences like that version of Black women, and that's what gets popularized. So at the end of the day, what you said could have been worded much better, but not even worded better. It could have been meant with better, like it could have had
I just didn't explain myself. I didn't get into specifics. That's why I said they're not understanding. Look,
No, you
I
wild out. You
really
wild out because you revealed your true meaning later on through the questioning, and that's the problem. So that's the thing. Like the right thing said for the wrong reasons is still wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Why did I say Cardi B? Okay. Nah. Look, I see what you're saying. I ain't going into full detail about what I meant. That's my apologies. I really can't.
Nah, you mentioned Kanye, bro. You wild out.
What do you mean I mentioned Kanye? What the hell is wrong with yo? First off,
George Floyd was a hoax. Kanye. That's what you
look.
just said.
Look. First off, let me. I don't want to get cut off. Look, first things first. those are my favorite artists, but I'm trying to strive away from rap music because I feel like that type of music keeps me down. But that's a whole different topic. I said Sexy Red just because I just said that, but the whole example I'm trying to use is the fact that and you're right. Someone who said who's actually controlling, who's the puppeteers, who's the one that actually who's the one pushing them out. Yeah, you're right. But I feel like that's something that's common sense. I felt like there wasn't really something that we needed to talk about. Obviously, yeah, those people are need to be held accountable too. But
That's the main conversation.
that's the main conversation, right? But I'm saying as long as there's people who actually are willing of the black community to do that, I mean, they are a representation of the black community, right or wrong.
That's not no. You don't understand. There's always been a
No.
what we call a raccoon in the community. There will always be the ones that are ready to sell out, and there will always be certain people that have a price on their head. What you don't understand in regards to how you see the black community is you immediately went to us being how YT people see us, entertainment. And
Okay.
when you come as a black person and you identify black people as a level of entertainment, and that is the only way that you see us, then all the people that are actually pushing forward that actually know how to use their voices and platforms, and I'm talking about, like I said, political and social wise for black people, then you're completely conflating reality with what do they call media? Entertainment. You're putting two different things. Sexy Red is not a spokeswoman for black women. There are so many black women that are offended by her that there is no way you're telling me that she is the voice or the face of black women. It is something in a narrative, like brother said, that people push forward because anything negative that is a reflection of black people is good for money. And especially when it comes to black women, the degradation of black women, the degradation of black women is profitable. But we have to understand as a people, it's like we are not a monolith. And if you think that Sexy Red is what's holding black people back, then you don't understand the whole system and how it works for certain people. Sexy Red can show up in a paper bag and still get paid as Sexy Red, but that does not affect the black community or free or liberate us. If she chose to dress up in a full three-piece suit, it would not liberate us based on her changing anything about herself, because she is not the one in the position that holds the power and controls the dynamic of us.
You ever see Waterboy?
I mean, what do you think the youth looks to? I
You ever
mean,
see Waterboy?
the movie,
Yeah.
the one with Adam Sandler.
Yeah, Bobby Boucher, you wouldn't say represents white men.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So that's where it's wrong. You wouldn't say Bobby Boucher. I would say that, to be honest. I think between Bobby Boucher and Ricky Bobby. You ever see Talladega Nights? Ricky
No.
Bobby's a good representation of white men. But at the same time, no one watches these movies and says it's because of movies like this that white people have
Right.
you see what I'm saying? So it's like that's it. Our entertainers are not a representation of us as a people. I would say if you want to look at representations of us, you got to look more towards where we come from. To be honest, I would look towards the continent. To be honest, I mean,
I
in
mean,
my
look,
states.
no disrespect, but no
Mhm.
disrespect at all. I don't mean this with no disrespect, but like I'm pretty young, right? And I feel like you guys are. I mean, yeah, it doesn't really have nothing to do with it, but you guys are coming from an older perspective. Like you guys are older, but from what I'm witnessing, I know that the youth is almost like they're trapped. They're trapped with the music. Like
No,
You
they're
they're
gotta
not.
understand this as well, that to African people, youth is nothing like youth is nothing to brag about. You know what I'm saying? Not no disrespect. What I'm saying is Europeans value youth because they age like a bag of milk in the hot sun. You know what I'm saying? We, however, value wisdom and age. So the elders run the community. So I would say,
weird.
it's okay to be young. You know what I'm saying? Just maybe take some of what we saying and just understand that it's not Sexy Red that's the issue. It's the system always looking to pay for derogatory versions of how we represent our emotions, a different range of emotions. Sexuality, expressing ourselves. They look for something that they deem derogatory to represent us.
But
Can I say something off topic real quick, brother?
Okay.
You know how I know Miss Legend fine?
How you know?
Because every time she walked the room, you be watching her.
I do. I do. Listen, I ain't going front. She be saying that too. Like we done known each other 15 years. We done been like me and her. We did the whole pandemic together. The whole pandemic. No arguing. Like it's like not like we basically like in the pandemic now. We in each other's face every day, and I'll still be all over her. I'm just telling you. I don't know. I got the one for me. I hope all the brothers get to experience what I got because I'm good over here. Listen, I got my best friend. I'm good. You feel me? And then the sister was saying about marrying dark skinned women. I was like, damn. I beat that statistic. You know what I'm saying? But I would encourage more brothers. You know what I'm saying? Except I don't know. I guess the statistic is right. You know what I'm saying? Colorism is a thing in our community. I know brothers married to dark skinned sisters though. I ain't gonna front. Um.
Each other at a
So
80%. It's like 80,
yeah.
between 80 something and 85, I think, some odd percent. So I think we
Yeah.
get things diluted sometimes in these conversations, and the disconnect is real. But I want to go back to what he said about the youth. We have to understand, like, I speak to the youth too. They're not a monolith. And one of the most beautiful things about Black youth is they're so uniquely different. And they embrace other cultures with a level of respect that others don't garner for us. And I think that is something that we need to be conscious of and aware of, because my child is very much into Asian culture, but she still is very pro-Black. And in the midst of being aware and conscious of other people's cultures, there's levels and respectable boundaries that we also present to ourselves and to others. But in that, what you're saying that the youth is easily influenced, the mindset of anyone can be easily influenced if it's weak. So
true. That's
age
a
has
fact.
nothing to do with being open to accept things that could be false. But reality is that everybody gets a rude awakening at some point, especially Black people.
That's a fact. That's a fact. But the truth is that the youth are more vulnerable, are more vulnerable for to be influenced than older people. Right or wrong?
You know,
I
on
mean,
this app,
assuming.
there's
Listen, assuming. Look, where you from?
there's a hold on, Eric, real quick. There on this app, there is a group of Gen Zers, right? Who are every single day advocating, and they're doing things off the app as well, but they are awake. They are paying attention. Some of them were involved with making sure that the Crown Act was enacted in their states. Like they're not, it's not, you are taking the way that you think and you're projecting that onto others when that's not the case for
I'm not.
everybody. And
I
listen,
I
listen,
clearly don't
let me
think
finish,
that way
Eric,
if
let me
I'm
finish,
bringing
let
it
me
up.
finish. Hold on, let me finish. And I encourage you, and I think that's what the message that we're trying to get across to you is encouraging you to go and do the same. And the other thing too that I want to say is, like, I don't for me, I'm stuck on this. I can't get past the fact that you had to name a Black woman as the reasoning for why our community is in the state that it's in is so incredibly harmful, and you fell for it. The way that Sexy read that image, right? How she's exploited to make people think that that's the way that we operate, like, that's harmful. It's so harmful, and we hear it a lot on this app. It's sickening as a Black woman to have to continuously hear, like, other Black men. It's not all Black men that do this, but there is just some that will do that, and there's people listening to that, listening to a Black man using Black women as the reasoning as to why we're in the
Don't,
state that we're in. We hear
don't
them
say
say things
black
like
women. I'm
single Black
saying
mothers are the reason why the community is the state that it's in, right? Like, that's crazy.
I didn't say sexy red as a woman. I said sexy woman. I said sexy red as the influencer. I could easily say the same thing for Lil Durk, all these rappers that are promoting killing and drilling and all that. Like that
But
was just the
I
point.
think you're still, well, I mean, I don't know if you got the point, but the point is the way that that image is projected.
No,
Does
no, for
that make sense?
sure.
Like,
But
who's in
I just didn't
control
want
of
you
it?
saying that it was. I was trying to use a black woman specifically. I
But what
was
I'm
using.
saying is that's how it came
Good
off.
night,
Like, the way that
everyone.
you said it is the way that it came off. You got to be
I know I
careful
did.
with your
I'm just
words. You know
correcting
what
it
I'm
now.
saying?
Hold on a second. So, okay, listen to what Black Swan is saying, because this is the issue. You think that Black people are creating their own issue, and that's one of the biggest
I
misnomers on
I
this
didn't. No, no,
conversation.
no. Sorry to cut you
In
off, but not
reality,
that they're creating it, but that they're contributing to it.
no, they're not contributing to a situation that no matter which way they go, left or right, it's still down.
Okay.
If I put you in a house that's burning and tell you that no, it's just warm, if you open that door, there's a fire, and if you open the left door, there's a fire. What does it matter? You're in a house that's on fire. If your escape route is blocked on both sides, who cares if you show your ass? Both sides are burning. You're not getting out.
That is so true, my sister.
Hold on,
That
my
is so
sister.
true.
Hold on. Please mute real quick, because Brother Legend's gonna bring you in. I just want to finish up with him. So understand, like, the situation that you're seeing, the music you're hearing, it is all being orchestrated by someone that is not Black, and they
Fact.
also benefit off of it. So that's the
And I
whole
know
thing.
that firsthand.
Stop blaming your own people for certain things. Like, yes, we can participate, but you have to think, if someone comes into a room and tells you writing a love song, Black women are beautiful, and somebody come in and said, no, we don't want to hear that. That's not going to sell. We need something that's more graphic, more violent, more street. Are you going to
Yup,
write that
that's what
street
they
song
do.
because you need to feed your family? Or are you going to write your love song because that's your art and that's your love and passion that you
Yeah.
can't
Now
feed
you're
your
right.
family with?
Now you're right. For sure. My issue is look. I don't know where you guys are from. I come from the city, and the people around me, like people my age, and not even my age. Like I'll probably say like late 20s counts too. Like everyone is just stuck to the internet and the music, and it's just like they're getting too heavily influenced by it. And it's just like the music is literally like, I didn't realize till recently, but the music is literally changing people's vibrations, like the way that people act and stuff like that, and it's crazy. And I think it's sick.
Yeah. Well, that the music is intentionally
Yeah,
designed to be
for
a
sure.
propaganda tool, and the propaganda tool is going to propaganda. So
Mhm. But my
that
issue is I hate that people are actually like, especially like, you know what I mean, like the topic is, I'm saying the Black people, especially Black people, like how it's actually how they're letting themselves get influenced by that. It's crazy.
mm, yeah. I wouldn't say that they're letting themselves. You know what I'm saying? That's like someone pow pow in your direction and say you let yourself get hit. That's it's an attack. So attack. Attacks attack. When it comes to these talks about race and anti-blackness, we have to not put the onus on Black people. This is what I was saying about Jonathan Majors, but I know the sisters ain't trying to give him no leeway. This is what I was saying earlier about how anti-blackness, you know what I'm saying? Like there's bigger things at play, you know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna let that go because I don't want to sound like I'm defending this man at all. He wow.
I
Um,
mean, it's not that you're defending me. We're on the same page here.
no, I'm not
No, no,
talking
no, no,
about you. I'm
no.
talking about Jonathan Majors.
Uh,
I get
uh,
what you're saying, though, Brother Legend. I think it's always important to make sure that we remember the root cause and who's benefiting from things like this happening. Like this is just a short example, but I was in a panel, and it was a conversation between African people and then Black people from America, and they were going back and forth with misconceptions and things like that. And I was like, y'all have to remember that policy and propaganda has been used to keep a divide. Who is benefiting from that divide? That's where the smoke
Yeah,
needs to be towards. Keep the smoke towards the people in control that are causing these issues for us.
right. I don't know how many of y'all have ever seen the movie Idiocracy. Um, but the more I've learned about, how racism operates, the more I've learned about African history, unpacks patriarchy in myself, which I feel like I had a kind of a leg up on some of that, being a only brother of six sisters, but the misogyny was still there. And you know, some of the emotional incest, you know, because my father died when I was 15, so a lot of my family looked at me as like the only man in the home, so I was the man of the house at a young age, which is something you never want to put on a black boy. But anyway, it's a lot of stuff, and the more I unpack it, I begin to forgive people for their anti-blackness because it's on some like "Father, for they know not what they do" type shit. But when you really start to accept and not live in cognitive dissonance anymore, you start to feel like you're in an episode or that movie Idiocracy. You start to feel like everyone around you is literally just babbling idiots, and it's you just have to just be okay with that. Understand everyone's just tripping over their own feet, don't know like, and it sound like it don't mean you think you're smarter than people. It just means that you know y'all don't see really what's going on. And then I come on my live and I talk to y'all. I talk to people that be in my DMs in my Discord, and I'm like, oh, breath of fresh air. Okay, all right, someone makes some sense somewhere. You know what I'm saying? I'm super thankful for this space, man. Because it showed me that I wasn't crazy. Because before it was just me and my wife. We didn't know that
What
y'all
Amanda Seal
existed.
say, brother?
Yeah.
Amanda Seal said to be woke and be conscious is to feel like you're insane every day. So it's like
Right.
literally living with insanity, because
Yep.
you're like, okay, how am I seeing this and nobody else isn't? But I want
Mm-hmm.
to say something. Hold on. You know, you
Yes,
said
like
this.
yourself.
I'm sorry, Tia. I'm gonna use these words against you in regards
Mm-hmm.
to that Jonathan Majors.
Mm-hmm.
You said of all things that a black man can't do, the one thing he can do is to choose his partner.
I didn't say that. That's what Tia be saying.
Say that.
I did.
I'm of the crest theory thought. You see, no one asked me my thoughts on that, but I talked about it before though. You know, friend Dr. Frances Cress Welsing says that she's always the aggressor. As long as there's a power dynamic that puts her skin in a caste system above his penis, she's the aggressor. We didn't choose to allow this to happen. Her people chose, after kidnapping his people, to allow this to happen. And in society where they didn't fix his people's communities and made it so that being with her was a privilege and a proximity to power, and the fact that she still has power in this situation where we know this man was running away from this woman. We know that he's the one that called the police, and he still might go to jail tomorrow. We're gonna see what happens. That's how you know she's the aggressor. That's what Dr. Frances Cress Welsing says. The thin Lipian is always the aggressor. Look at this power dynamic. A white tea man, you know he's more in control of her life than she is of his. And that's just how that, you know, I mean, now I'm not saying that to take accountability away. He put himself in a very messed up position. And he should have known better. We could say that, but you know, a lot of people don't. But you know what I'm saying? And Megan looked crazy. Y'all definitely made me hip to that because she do look crazy. I was on some, okay, well, at least he coming back. But nah, you're right. I fell for it because nah, she should not be around him right now. Like, if you want to be back, cool, but you ain't have to be back crying with each other in the courtroom. Y'all are doing too much now.
And I don't even think there was any real gap between the end of the relationship with the YT woman and the
You was
start.
about to,
Who he was texting.
That's
when
why I
she
keep
said there
saying,
was no
like,
gap between, I'm about to say, y'all ever
yeah,
see
and
that
then
video of Megan Good in that green dress?
now you trying to convince us that y'all all deep in love and so in love that even her mama is showing up to court crying for you. Like, I'm sorry, you not getting me to believe that this relationship is, one, real, and two, that he's not using her to clean up his image. And like I said, she might arguably, her and her mother, be the two dumbest people in this entire situation to allow herself to be used in that way. It's weird.
If y'all ever seen that video, this is way off topic. If y'all ever seen that video of Megan in a green dress, there is a gap in between. You know what I'm talking about?
Stop. Where your wife at?
She right
Get
here
the
looking.
belt. Get the belt.
She seen it too. I showed her. I said, "Would you look at the pastor's wife? Look at." All right, y'all. I'm gonna go before I get in trouble, man. Oh, Julian wanted to say something. Go ahead, Julian. Give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Good night, everyone.
Mm-hmm. Good night,
Okay.
sister. What's going on?
Boy, I'm telling you, in Jamaica, boy, I figure it's only overseas them did have issues, but no, Jamaica worse. Jamaica is like this type of place where you have to try to keep yourself safe
Mm.
right now. Yeah.
Hmm.
So you live here and you go overseas and for a Jamaican, and
Mm-hmm.
at the end of the day, you go there to make life for yourself, but you end up in the same situation like the Americans. The same situations, and because you have some Jamaicans, whenever time you help them to go to overseas, they try, they run away, they do all kind of stuff, and that's not right. They married to all kind of people over there, and when they married to the people, them don't keep themselves quiet.
Mm-hmm.
They try to make a big mess out of things at times. Because right now I see where this guy go over there and there's this lady try to use him right now. He's trying to come back home.
Can I assist real quick for the comment? She's saying that when Jamaican people go abroad and date interracially, those interracial people cause problems for that person and kind of like turn their life upside down.
Yeah.
Mm.
Come through to you.
Wow. Well, yeah. Shout out to my Jamaican cousins, man. Appreciate you, Auntie. I'm getting ready to go to sleep, y'all. I got work in the morning. One more day. It's Friday. Got one more day. I hope y'all, living good. I hope everything's, good for y'all and the ancestors are watching over you. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. One more day, y'all. And then it's the weekend. Sunday we doing our Pan African Live. That's gonna be interesting. It's probably not gonna be a lot of people here, but I hope it's dark in here. You know what I'm saying? I hope it's like midnight dark roast in here. You know what I'm
If it ain't
saying?
snowing, it ain't going.
Exactly. But
If
yeah,
they
so
bathe, I don't want to be in the cave.
no, not at all.
Can I say something?
Yeah, what's up?
Yo, hold on. So just to make sure we're on the same page here with D Diva and Black Swan, I'm on your side. Like everything you said is factual. I'm on your
Hey,
side.
if you was getting chopped up, you wouldn't be sitting up here.
What you
Yeah,
mean?
Yeah,
yeah,
you really
yeah.
wouldn't. You really wouldn't.
I don't know
Yeah,
what
I,
no,
you mean
you
by
right.
that.
Eric, I think that you should just keep coming back to the lives, to Brother Legend's lives. Just keep coming back and listening in. I'm
Nah,
so
That's
nah.
sorry.
cool.
But I
Yeah.
was going somewhere. I'm saying, look, we was on the same
Hey,
side until now. I just started realizing, like, why you asking people for their pronouns? Like,
thank
what
you,
you mean by that?
sister. Why ask for pronouns?
Yeah, yeah. Like, what you mean?
Because just like race, pronouns is a colonial term that divides our people, and we're having conversations about things that divide our people. So the same way you'll answer the question uh, to race as black, we like to add intersectionality to the conversation so we can not only address you properly, but understand the context of which you're speaking to us.
I mean, I get you on the second part, but I feel like why feed into that craziness? Like, is
What crazy?
females and then there's men? Or is
What?
this a
There's no females in here.
what you mean?
So
Oh man,
why were black women called females? It's an
What?
insult.
Eric, you got a lot to
Okay.
learn, brother. You got a
All
lot
So
right.
to
Look.
learn.
Okay.
what do you mean? Okay.
Well, where are we going here? Look, I'm saying.
So black women were called
Uh,
females because they were studied like they were dogs. Our bodies were opened up and examined without any kind of medication, any kind of thing to numb pain, and we were treated like objects so that they could study
what?
for us to heal YT women's
But where are
bodies.
you going with this? I'm simply saying that
So that's why they
there's two
call
genders.
black
I'm
women.
simply saying there's two genders. There's men
Listen to what
and
I'm saying,
there's
sir.
women.
Listen, just calm down. That's why they call black women females at that time, because it's easier to do that to an animal than a human. So black women are not females.
Okay, so because I said females, because I said the word females, I'm wrong. I mean, I'm simply just saying
No,
women and
because you
men.
said the word females, you
Why it's
ignorant and
not
don't know what
okay.
you're talking about. You need to shut up and
So
let me end
you're
this
saying the
live
word
before you say
females
more
is
stuff.
wrong to use?
Stop swallowing your own tongue long enough to just come back and learn another day. That's a whole different discussion.
I ain't gonna lie,
You
y'all
got a
crazy.
lot to
Like
learn.
what?
You need to come back on my live on black
No, you're
masculinity.
crazy. You're literally crazy. I'm simply saying there's only two genders. There's only woman
There's
and
not.
man.
There's not. There's two genders according to Europeans. That's the thing. That's what I'm
But
saying. You need to
What?
listen. Yes, Europeans invented the idea
So
of two genders. In
according to the white
Africa,
man, there's
we had more than two. We had more than two gender expressions. We had up to 5. There have always been men and women. There's masculine and feminine energy. You don't know enough about what you're talking about, and I don't feel like teaching you. And you bold in your ignorance. So please stop it. I don't feel like this. I'm going to sleep. I'm not doing this with you, man. Y'all want to be coons? Go do it on someone else's live. All right.
but but
Everybody.
you're teaching the facts. You're teaching the facts and the reality, and he tried to this like he doesn't understand.
I know. And the funny thing is, I'm not a liberal. I'm not a liberal. The idea of a black man wanting to be free in America is a liberal idea. Whoa, he's so crazy. But I'm not one of these leftist liberal. I'm not pro LGBT. I'm pro black people anywhere in any intersection they exist. That's it. So I'm not going to sit up here and preach that we need to pick a gender, pick a all this other stuff. The reason we ask for that is just so that we can understand who's talking and what they're talking from, because we're talking about oppression and we're talking about colonization when we talk about race. So we need to talk about all the different ways. Me, as a straight black man, I experience race one way. A gay black man experiences it a different way. A straight sister experiences one way. And racism operates differently within all of these intersections. We got to be able to talk about that too. That's it. And I'm gonna leave it there, man. Before people,
So you know what I say.
stop letting them come up here. I don't know who doing that. Stop it.
Hop
All
in
right,
that old tub before you hop in black business.
all right, y'all. One love. Ayo, check out the YouTube, Big Bro Legend, Big Bro LG&D. Check out the YouTube. Check out. I put a video up, man. Feel free to check that out too. If you
Follow me
want to
back,
listen,
guys.
yeah, no, I think I do follow you, Auntie. I follow you. But yeah, we gonna see y'all tomorrow. Peace. One love.
Hit that tub.